Golden Age Radio is starting now. Subscribe to get future updates.
Saddle up and hang on to your 10-gallon hat. Get ready to ride off into the sunset with pistols a-blazing for this exciting lineup. Starting with the Lone Ranger, Gunsmoke, Have Gun Will Travel, Wild Bill, and then the Texas Rangers, followed by Dragnet, Calling All Cars, Richard Diamond, Secrets of Scotland Yard, and Black Museum.
Hail, Silver! Away! A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty Hi-Yo Silver, the Lone Ranger.
Cattle raising was the first great industry in Texas. But when the days of the open range passed, many settlers turned to farming. Bitter disputes over boundaries and water rights arose between the ranchers and the farmers, and in time, this hard feeling changed to hatred. Range wars would have followed if the masked rider of the plains hadn't proved that the disputes could be settled by peaceful means. It was he, more than any other man, who brought law and order to the lawless frontier. Return with us now to those thrilling days when the West was young. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! There's going to be trouble in the range country. We've got to hurry. Hail, Silver! Away!
Our story opens at midnight, not far from Sam Hefner's ranch house. A man bound hand and foot lies on the ground. A younger man stands over him.
You'll pay for this, Neil.
Maybe. Now open your mouth so I can flick this gag.
You...
Open your mouth or I'll do it for you.
If you hadn't sneaked up on me, you'd never got me like this. I'll...
There, that'll fix you. You talk just once too often. Now quit jerking your head around while I get this tied. That's good enough, I reckon. So you're a hired gun hand, huh? Drawing double wages for Sam to keep me from his daughter, huh? Well, that'll take a dozen like you. Now, you just sit there and make yourself comfortable while I see if Kate's awake. And maybe you and me'll meet up again someday. There's no light in Kate's room. Maybe she ain't asleep yet. I'll toss some gravel again in the window. And I hope to blazes she hears it. Doggone, she didn't hear me. Well, I'll... That you, Kate?
Who is it? Who's there? Oh, it's you, Neil.
Keep your voice down, honey.
But what's...
Listen, Kate. There ain't much time to talk. Is your pa awake?
He's in the parlor reading. But Whitey's somewhere around him.
He's tied and gagged over beside the trail.
Neil.
Look here, honey. I'm in a bad fix. The sheriff rode to my place this evening to serve that warrant your pa swore out again me for fighting with his foreman.
But I...
And now the sheriff's dead.
Neil, you didn't shoot him.
I didn't, Kate. I swear I didn't. But the worst of it is, I don't know who did.
Will they blame you?
Just as soon as they find out about it, they will. And, Kate, I won't have a chance. Just because I'm a nester and live by raising crops instead of being a cowpuncher, every cattleman in the county will be after my hide.
But what'll you do?
Only one thing I can do. Clear out.
Oh, no.
Ain't no choice, honey. I ain't guilty. But everybody will say I got in a fight with the sheriff about that warrant and drawed on him. And there's no way I can prove any different.
But, Neil, you can't leave me.
Oh, gosh, honey. You know I don't want to, but...
No, I won't have it. If you're leaving Neil, then so am I.
Huh?
I mean, if you want me.
Oh, Kate, what do you think I've been working day and night for? If it wasn't so as we could be hitched up when I had enough cash. But now everything's changed, don't you see? You can't
I don't see, and I can. We'll leave this minute. I won't even stop to pack anything to take along. We can stop by at the widow Nelson's. She'll be glad to loan me anything I need. And then in the morning we'll get married over to the county seat. Neil, wherever you go, I'll go.
Oh, you're being plumb foolish, honey.
Oh, don't try and stop me, Neil.
But, well, I reckon I'm just as foolish as you are. We'll do it.
I can go just as I am. I didn't start to get ready to go to sleep. I was just sitting here, thinking.
My horse is over there. It'll carry double as far as town. Here, give me your hands. I'll help you through the window.
Hurry.
There you are, honey. Now, come on. For all I know, maybe they found the sheriff already.
When we get there, I'll borrow the widow's horse, too. Neil, watch out,
Oh, golly. That made enough racket to wake anybody.
That tub was set there to catch the rain. I forgot all about it.
Come on, run.
Who made that noise? Is that you, Whitey?
Up with you, honey. We gotta travel.
Hurry, Neil.
Who is that? Well, I'll be...
Get up there.
Wait, hold on.
Get up there.
Kate! Is that you, Kate? Come back here. Wait! Riding off of that no-good farmer. Whitey, where in places are you? Whitey! I'll skin that fool alive. Men, fellas, pile out of the bunkhouse. Come a-running. Whitey's disappeared and Kate's riding away with Neil Brogan.
Something's happened at that ranch house, Tonto. Wonder there's been a holdup.
Maybe that it. Oh, what's that?
Oh, Silverfoot.
Oh, Scout. Oh,
It's a man tied and gagged. Come on.
huh? That's right.
You cut the ropes, Tonto. I'll untie this gag.
Me cut him.
Hold still. We'll have you free in a moment. This knot was drawn plenty tight. There, that does it.
You blasted killer. I'll fix him. Tie me up, will he? Run off with the boss's girl, will he? Why, the low down. Say, you're masked, and it's a redskin with you.
Never mind that.
Well, thanks anyhow, stranger, for what you done. Gosh, I'd better let Sam know what become of me. Sounds like they're having a fit over by the house.
Here, I'll help you to your feet. You must be stiff after being tied like that.
Golly, I am at that. But that don't matter. I have to tell Sam.
There's Whitey. This way. I found him. Yes, fellow in the redskin got him. Ice your hands there, you two.
Hold on, boss.
I'll teach these fellas to...
Wait. They didn't hold me up, boss. They just now untied me.
Huh?
It was Neil Brogan tied me up and gagged me. He done it by coming at me from behind, and these fellas come along and found me.
Is that right, stranger?
It is.
And if you wasn't working with Neil, what's that mask for?
I have my own reasons for the mask.
Yeah, I just bet you have. You, Whitey. You ride in here, tell me what a hand you are with a shooting iron, and you ain't on the job 24 hours when you let the blasted farmer get the best of you.
But I just now said these fellas...
And you, Ray. You talking all the time about being sweet on Kate. You even have a fight with Neil about it. Then you just stand by while he comes and steals her away.
But gosh, boss, I was sleeping, I tell you.
Well, I'm wondering if you ain't asleep all the time, you idiots. I've a mind to fire the lot of you.
I don't see how we could have helped it.
And it ain't doing no good standing here arguing about it. What I want to do is catch that polecat and give him what he's got coming.
And that goes for me, Whitey. Come on, boss, let's ride for Neil's place now.
Neil's place? Now, they're likely to go there, ain't they?
But where else would they go?
I know where they'd head for. Bring them horses up here.
What place you got in mind,
The
boss?
widow Nelson's. She and Kate spend half their time visiting back and forth. That's the first place Kate'd think of.
Then let's get going.
There's just one thing, boss.
Yeah?
The fellows that have been coming into this part of the country to farm, the nesters, they think a heap of Neil.
Well, what about it?
Nothing much. Only going after him like this. Well, they'll be taking sides, and this is likely to turn into a regular range war.
Afraid?
Of course I ain't.
Then get in your saddle and shut up. Ready, fellas? Then come on. Get up there. Get up.
Here's the white dress I wore when I got married to Lynn, Kate. You can have that for your wedding.
Well, that's awfully good of you, Mrs. Nelson.
And here's a blue taffeta I can spare and these aprons. I don't know about these shoes, Kate. They'd maybe a mite too big for you.
I can't possibly take all these things. Just enough to do me till I can get where I can buy more.
But you're sure being mighty nice to us, Mrs. Nelson.
Sure, as if a body can't help her friends. You got the horse saddled I said Kate could borrow, Neil?
Uh-huh. It's standing just outside.
Well, then I'll get this valise passed, and then you better hustle. And Kate, you be sure and write me.
After what you've done for us, you think I'd forget?
Of course not, child. I was just talking. There, I reckon that's fastened good enough.
I'll take it, Mrs. Nelson. Come on, honey. We can...
What's that?
Horseman.
Kate, maybe that's your pa and his men. Quick, out the back. I'll try to hold them, not to...
So there you are.
Pa!
We caught you, you polecat.
Hand back there, Ray.
No, you don't, fella. Keep your hand away from that holster. You're covered.
You, Whitey.
Kate, I'm ashamed of you. A cattleman's daughter running away with a farmer. But you're going back home right now.
No, Pa. I love Neil and he loves me. What if he ain't a rancher? I don't care what he is.
That's enough of that talk. You come with me.
Take your hands off, Kate. Even if you are a paw, that don't mean
Shut
that
up
you're...
or taste lead.
You ought to be ashamed of yourselves, the whole pack of you. You, Sam, you always was the orniest, most cantankerous creature I ever seen. Have you ever raised a girl as nice as Kate? I don't know. Ray there, a fine foreman he is. All us whining around about being loco over Kate, but never having backbone enough to do more than run Neil down. This fella here, what's his name?
Why, that's just Whitey.
The gunman you hired yesterday, huh? And a nest that ties him up. A first-rate crew if I ever seen one.
No, talk all you want. All right, Kate, come along.
Please, Pa.
I reckon you'd better go, honey, but I'll be seeing you again as soon as I can.
You have a notion you're staying behind?
What are you going
Well, you ain't. We all got things to settle with you. Me especially. Now get moving before I pull this trigger.
Look here,
Well,
you...
I got you covered. I'll give the orders. Get going.
Don't you worry, Neil. I'll tell your friends about this, and they'll see to it that you ain't harmed.
If them farmers come interfering, we'll run them right out of the county. Close the door, Ray.
Yeah.
Pa, you can't let them do anything to Neil.
Kate, whatever happens to that skunk will be too good for him. Now get mounted and don't talk up.
And that goes for you, fella. Into the saddle.
Whitey, there'll be a time coming when you ain't got a gun in your hand. And we'll have this out man to man.
If you live that long.
All right, Neil. You're coming with me.
Fast, fella.
Clear out of here.
Come on, Neil. We're riding. Get a hold of that fella. Stand back. Hurry, don't kill
Shoot him!
Missed. Try again.
The masked man. You said he wasn't working with Neil. And now he rides in and grabs that blasted nester right out from under your noses. Come on, get into the saddle and take after them.
Come on, Silver.
We shook them off, stranger. Where you heading for now?
To camp. Down the road ahead and is waiting for us.
Tonto?
My friend. Hurry, Silver, old fellow.
So that's why I got to clear out of the country, stranger.
You have no idea who shot the sheriff?
Not a notion. I couldn't even begin to make a guess.
But I think I can.
You... what?
I believe I know the murderer. But I can think of only one motive.
But who... what
I'll
would
explain later when I have more to go on, Neil. But first I want the answer to a question.
What do you want to know?
The sheriff had several deputies, didn't he?
Sure. There's Ed Porter and Lige Mason.
Which
and...
one would you trust the most?
Which would I trust? Well, that'd be Ed Porter, I reckon. He's as square as they come.
Good. Tonto.
Huh?
We're going back to town, Kimosabe.
We ride now?
At once. We'll have to be back here before daylight.
Yes, Scout.
Here, Silver.
But hold on. What about me?
You're staying here, Neil.
If you got a scheme to catch the killer, I want to be in on it.
You'll be safer here.
Who cares about being safe?
That isn't all. Our horses are faster than yours. You were long, and it just handicap us.
But gosh, I want to do something.
Perhaps later there'll be plenty for you to do. But now you can help us most by staying here. Ready, Tonto?
Me ready.
Silver! Away!
Gosh, look at them fellas ride. I'm in a bad spot, sure enough. But if I had the whole West to choose from to get help, I wouldn't look no further than them two fellas there.
The curtain falls on the first act of our thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now, to continue our story. The Lone Ranger, after rescuing Neil Brogan from Sam Hefner and his men, left Neil in his camp while he and Tonto returned to town to investigate the murder of the sheriff.
Isn't that the sheriff's office up ahead?
That it? All right.
We've got to get inside.
Maybe door locked.
Maybe. But I've got an idea we'll find it isn't.
Why do you think that?
First, we'll see if I'm right. Here we are. Who, Silver? Who there?
Scout.
Yep. You see, Tonto?
Door broke open.
Whoever was here before us found the door locked, so he smashed his way inside. There's a lamp on the table. Light it, Tonto. Want to look around in here.
Maybe feller see us.
There isn't anybody likely to be near this time of night. So where the broken door would have been discovered before this.
There. Lamp.
Look.
Oh, paper all over room.
Every drawer in the sheriff's desk was open and searched. The man who did this didn't bother to replace the papers he looked at. He just threw them on the floor.
Looked like him in big hurry.
Well, that's enough, Kimosabe. Now back to the horses.
Where we go?
Do you know where Ed Porter's home is?
Him got place in town. Me show you.
Steady, Silver. Then lead the way, Tonto.
Get him up, Scout.
Come on, Silver. Oh, Silver. Oh, there. This is the place, Tonto?
That's right.
I hope he's home. If he isn't, we'll have to find him.
Maybe him not hear you.
I'll try again.
Who in blazes making that racket this time of night?
Open the door.
Yes, hold your horses.
If it's the sheriff, what? A masked fella.
Careful, deputy.
And a redskin, what?
You're going to get dressed at once.
Look here, no outlaw's going to order me around.
I'm not an outlaw, and I have you covered.
That draw.
Now, will you do what I say?
You won't get away with this.
Get back inside and start dressing. We'll talk that over later.
Blast you.
Close the door, Tonto.
Me closing.
Now, deputy, I'm watching every move you make. Don't try anything. And when you've finished, you're coming with us.
During the next 2 days, the news of the sheriff's murder spread through the range country. It was early in the morning when Kate went down to the Hefner corral and saddled her horse.
What do you think you're doing, Kate?
I'm going for a ride, Pa.
Like fun you are. I told you once you wasn't leaving the ranch, and I meant just what I said.
But, Pa...
You won't get no second chance to run off with no murderer.
Neil didn't shoot the sheriff.
Yeah? Well, other folks think different.
Not everybody.
Everybody that counts does. Now, who in blazes is that coming here?
Why, it's Hank Graves and Paul Keaton.
More doggone farmers. I thought I made it clear I didn't ever want to see one of them polecats on my place.
Now, don't start trouble, Pa.
I'll handle things my own way. What are you fellows doing here?
We've been sent here, Sam.
We didn't ride clear out here just for the pleasure of talking to you. You can lay to that.
Well?
We aim to know what you've done with Neil Brogan and Ed Porter, the deputy.
I don't know where Ed is, but I can tell you this. Neil run away to save his neck. You can bet on that.
Yeah? Well, the widow Nelson tells a different story. She says you and your hired gunman came and took Neil out of her house.
But he got away again.
That's likely, ain't it? A half dozen you again one of him.
But a mask
Don't try no lies. What must have happened was this. You tried to frame Neil for the sheriff's killing, but most likely Ed found out about it, so you got rid of both of them to keep them from telling their stories in court.
You're crazy. Why, even Kate here can tell Neil was took away by some outlaw, can't you, Kate?
Is that so, miss?
I don't remember.
Why, dog blast my hide, you was right there. You recollect as well as I do. Now you tell him.
Bullying your girl and make her back up your story, huh? Well, that don't go down with us.
See here.
You see here. We brought a message to you, and we're delivering it. Either you produce Neil and Ed by 6 o'clock tomorrow evening, or get ready for gunplay.
Making threats, eh?
Just so. And I'll tell you this, Sam. Maybe us farmers ain't as handy with shooting irons as you cattlemen, but we got you outnumbered 2 to 1. And any gunplay we start, we'll finish. The deadline's 6 tomorrow. Don't be forgetting. Come on, Paul, let's get back.
And Sam, when we says 6, we mean 6. Good day to you.
Get up.
Get up.
Get along. Get up.
Now, what was the idea of what you done? Why didn't you tell him about the masked fella? If you was a young'un again, I'd tan your hide.
They're on Neil's side, Pa. And so am I.
Concerned woman, folks. You're as bad as your ma was before you.
Hey, boss.
Eh? Oh, howdy, Whitey. Hello there, Ray. Why weren't you here just... Say, who's the redskin?
Me, Tonto.
Tonto?
The agent says he's got a note for you. He wouldn't turn it over to us.
A note? Where is it?
Here, you take him. What's it say, boss?
Doggone it, quit leaning over my shoulder.
Leaping Lizards. It's signed by Ed Porter.
The deputy?
Yeah.
Is that his handwriting?
I'd say it was. What do you think, boss?
There ain't no doubt about it. But if this is true, say where'd the Redskin get to? I aim to ask him some questions.
There he is.
Getting on that paint horse.
Hey, hold on, Redskin.
Get him out, Stroud.
Blast you, come back here.
Now, why'd he sneak off like that?
To keep from telling what he knew, that's why.
But, boss, you figure that note from Ed Porter is straight?
I don't know. But we'll find out by tomorrow night, by thunder. Now get back to work. You, Whitey, keep an eye on Kate here. And Ray, you rouse them lazy rannies out of the bunkhouse and start them riding line. Now get.
The following day, the farmers gathered in town. They believed the cattlemen were responsible for the disappearance of Neil and the deputy. And as the afternoon wore on toward evening, their suspicion became a certainty.
10 minutes to 6, and no sign of Neil or Ed. Men, you better see to your guns. I got a notion there's going to be trouble.
6 o'clock, fellas. We'll give 'em 10 more minutes, and then we're riding.
That's right. Time's up. Everybody set? Be sure your guns are loaded. And anybody here that ain't hankering after a fight had better get out right now.
Hank, there's Joe riding this way. Looks like he's got something to tell us.
Hey, fellas, hold up a second.
Well, what's the matter?
I just seen Sam Hefner and his whole outfit riding towards Signal Bluff.
Signal Bluff, you sure?
Didn't I just say I saw him myself?
What'd they be going over there for?
Don't ask me.
Maybe they figured if we didn't find him at the ranch, we'd let him go.
Well, if they did, they'll sure find out different. If they can ride over there, so can we. Come on, fellers. Let's show them hombres that cattlemen ain't running this county. Get up there. Get up there.
What time you got, Ray?
Near 7:30, boss.
And where's Ed Porter at? We've waited the better part of an hour already. If he don't show up blame soon, we're going home.
He didn't say anything about the time in that note he wrote, boss. Just said he'd meet us at the foot of the bluff here after dark.
Right after dark.
Is that right now, ain't it? What's he afraid of? He don't need to think that...
Listen. Maybe that's him.
Not unless he needs a couple of dozen horses to get him here.
Then who is it?
Hold on. Yeah, that's them all right, the Nesters.
But why in
They must have
blazes-
followed us here.
Bound to have trouble, eh? Well, by thunder, we'll show 'em where they get off at. Men, if one of them hombres makes a move for his gun, blast them out of their saddles.
Here they are.
Whoa there, whoa. So we found you after you figured on running away from us, eh?
Run away from farmers? Why, you...
Don't yell at us. We want Neil and Ned, and we aim to find out what's become of them.
We warned you what'd happen if they wasn't back by 6.
Blast it, we're looking for the deputy ourselves.
Yeah?
He sent a note saying he'd be here after sundown. And I don't give a hoot if you believe me or not.
Stalling again.
Why would he meet you fellas here?
To give evidence against Neil, that's why.
Huh? Did Ed say that? Did he say Neil killed the sheriff?
Just the same as...
Meaning?
That the sheriff knew a certain fellow was gunning for him. And the sheriff told Ed who that fellow was.
Then you don't know whether it was Neil or not.
Ed wrote that he cleared out to keep from getting shot by that same fellow himself. And if he didn't mean Neil by that, I'll eat dirt.
You just proved you're lying.
Why, you...
Ed wouldn't run from nobody. You're making that story up to keep clear of trouble, but your yellow tricks ain't pulling us for a minute.
It's a fight, fellas!
You asked for it, Sam. I've had this gun aimed right at you since we got here. And now, by
Hank, watch out!
Look up above! What the?
It's Neil! Jumped at Hank from on top of the bluff.
Neil!
I knew you was doing it for me, Hank. But I couldn't let you shoot Sam.
You saved my life. Hank had me dead to rights.
There's been too much trouble on account of me already, Mr. Hefner.
You come close to getting that bullet yourself. Well, all I can say is it's too blame bad you're a nester and wanted by the law.
Neil, how in blazes did you happen to be up above?
I've been laying up there out of sight ever since you fellows got here, Paul.
I know,
I'm sorry to say it, Neil, after what you just done. But that makes it look all the worse for you. You must have found out some way that Ed was coming here and was laying for him. There's no choice, I reckon. We'll just have to take you into jail.
Just hold on, Sam. Look here, Neil. Wasn't it the ranchers held you prisoner?
I wasn't a prisoner, Hank. And I've been with a masked man and a redskin.
Then, Sam, maybe you wasn't lying about that note. We'll just wait and see if Ed shows up.
Suits me, Hank. And, well, I'm hoping Ed don't say what I'm afraid he's going to say.
There's a rider, boss.
That might be Ed.
It must be.
Ed, that you?
Sure is, and I've got big news. Oh there.
We want to know who was gunning for the sheriff.
And I can tell you, It's like this, Sam. I was just fixing...
Fire that!
After him, Tonto! He's running your way! Tonto, rope him! He's not armed, Tonto! I shot his gun away!
What's happened?
There's a redskin over there. He's making ready to throw his rope.
Somebody's heading for the trees.
Let me go! Get that rope off of me!
It's Whitey.
I'll be...
It was Whitey shot at the deputy.
Bring that polecat over here, Tonto.
Let me bring him in.
Let me go!
Get in.
Blast you, let me go!
There's your killer, Sam.
The masked man. Where'd he come from?
The masked fellow was up above, too. Keeping watch for anybody that tried to shoot the deputy.
I'd have got him before this if I'd known the sheriff told him about me.
So you did kill the sheriff, Whitey.
I was tricked.
Just one thing, Whitey. What part of the country are you wanted by the law?
Ask the deputy, blast him.
I can't tell the masked man.
If the sheriff told you I was gunning for him, he must have told you it was because he recognized me from a reward notice.
But he never told me you was after him.
Huh? What's that?
Whitey, you told me you were the killer.
It ain't so. You're loco.
The night I untied you near Sam's ranch house, the first thing you did was call Neil a killer. You'd forgotten the sheriff's death couldn't have been discovered yet.
Why, you...
When Neil told Kate about the murder, you were too far away to have heard him.
That's a fact. Whitey was over by the trail.
You didn't mention it again, Whitey, and Sam said nothing about it at all, although he was angry enough with Neil to have called him a murderer if he'd known of the sheriff's death.
But wait.
Only the killer, besides Neil, could have known that the sheriff was dead. And your slip of the tongue showed you up, Whitey.
Doggone if that don't beat all.
I didn't know the murder myself at the time, but Whitey's statement made me curious. That's why I took Neil away, Sam, and Neil told me his story.
But how'd you get on to Whitey being an outlaw?
He'd been in this part of the country only 24 hours, so the motive for the sheriff's murder could only be something that had happened in the past. Finding the sheriff's office broken open and reward notices scattered around confirmed my suspicions.
That's right, Sam. That's why the masked fella got me to write you that note. He knew blame well Whitey would try to shut me up and give himself away by doing so, if he figured I had anything on him.
That blasted note?
Neil, maybe Kate was right about you after all. And as for you, Whitey, that note just goes to show you can't believe everything you read, especially when the masked man puts another feller up to writing it.
Hi-yo, Silver! Come on, Silver, old fellow. There's been a hold-up near El Dorado. Tonto's waiting in the trail ahead. Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Enjoying the timeless classics on Golden Age Radio? If you're loving the nostalgia and captivating stories, consider supporting our channel with a tip. Your generosity helps us continue bringing you the best of vintage radio entertainment. Simply click on the link in the description.
Gunsmoke. Brought to you by L&M Filters with the miracle tip. King size, regular, both at the same low price. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Miss Kitty?
Hello.
I'm Ben Tennis, Miss Kitty.
Well, sit down, Ben.
Oh, thanks.
I seen you around.
I don't get to town often. Ma keeps pretty tight rein on us.
Who's us?
Me and Andy. He's my kid brother.
Oh.
We run a ranch down on Crooked Creek. Ma owns it, of course.
Just the three of you, huh?
Yeah, Pa's dead. I wanted to tell you who I am so you wouldn't think I meant nothing wrong.
About what?
A fella told me you brought him luck once, gambling.
That's silly.
Maybe, but I wish you'd try it. Please, Miss Kitty.
You want to buy me some chips?
Sure will, if you'll sit by my brother over there.
Oh, it's for him.
Yeah, Andy's kind of hot-headed, ma'am, and he's been losing.
I don't want to get mixed up in any fights.
Oh, there won't be any trouble. But you might change his luck. Please, Miss Kitty.
Sounds to me like you still got this kid brother of yours on a bottle. But you seem like a nice fella, Ben. I'll go.
Gee, thanks, Miss Kitty.
Which table?
I'll show you.
How many cards?
How many chips will you want?
I was kidding. I'll just sit and watch.
Well, could I buy you a drink?
Later, maybe.
Well, that's Andy with the red hair.
Wait till I finish his hand before I sit down.
Okay.
There's my money. I'm calling you.
That's him. That's Andy.
I hope you got a good hand this time, young fella.
Stop calling me young fella. My name's Andy.
Okay, Andy. Nobody's prodding you.
You, Ben. What do you got?
5 little hearts. All blue.
How could you have 5 hearts?
Well, they were dealt out right out of the deck, Andy.
Sure, and you dealt them, didn't you?
Now, what do you mean by that?
I ain't won a hand yet. You know what I mean.
Easy now, young fella.
That's the last time you're going to say that, mister.
I'm not armed.
You better be. Andy, stop it. He thinks he can cheat me because I'm a kid.
Put that gun away.
Not till I use it.
Why, you're crazy.
Now, stand back, everybody. Keep away from me. You killed him, Andy. You stay back, too, Ben. You've done enough shooting. Put that gun away. He was cheating me, wasn't he?
No. But even if he was, there's no cause to kill a man. He wasn't even armed, Andy.
Well, what do I care?
All right, hold it. Here's Marshal Dillon, Andy. Don't you try nothing now.
Evening, Ben.
Marshal.
What are you doing with a gun in your hand, Andy?
I killed one man with it, Marshal.
Yeah, I know. All right, drop it. Drop it right on the floor.
No.
You know, one man's enough, Andy. You're scared now, aren't you? Scared half to death.
I ain't scared.
You're so scared you couldn't shoot if you tried. Now, give me the gun. There. You shouldn't have been carrying it in the first place.
Don't talk to me
Okay, it's too late for talk anyway. Chester,
Yes, sir.
lock him up.
Yes, sir. Start walking, Andy. Right in front of me. Come on.
You have to lock him up, Marshal.
He murdered a man, Ben. Kitty, you witnessed this, didn't you?
I never saw anything like it, Matt. The dealer wasn't even armed. He told him so. That kid must be crazy. It was almost like he had to kill somebody. Nothing could have stopped him.
He hates people telling him how young he is.
If you ask me, he hates people.
It's Ma. She's always made a baby out of him. Well, I better go tell her about this.
I don't know her, Ben, but don't get her hopes up. Andy hasn't got much chance.
Ma's a strong-headed woman, Marshal. She can be pretty fierce.
Andy murdered a man. He's going to stand trial for it.
Maybe. But, Marshal, I sure don't envy you none. You don't know it, but you're in for real trouble now.
Never has a cigarette received such an enthusiastic welcome or won such a smashing success in so little time as L&M filters.
Why are L&M sales soaring higher every day?
Because it's the filter that counts, and no filter compares with L&M's miracle tip for quality or effectiveness.
The result? You get much more flavor, much less nicotine. A light and mild smoke.
Join the trend to L&M. Like thousands, you'll say,
"This is it, L&M filters. This is it, light and mild. Much more flavor, L&M filters. Much less nicotine, light and mild."
L&M, king size or regular, both at the same low price.
Well, how's the prisoner this morning, Chester?
Kindly hard to tell, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, what do you mean?
Or he won't say nothing. He won't even look at you. I took him some bread and some coffee, and he wouldn't touch it. He's just sitting there on the floor, getting cold. The coffee, I mean, not the bread. The bread is different. It was cold to begin
All
with.
right, Chester, all right. Anyway, you won't be here long. I'm trying to fix it so you'll get a trial real soon.
I wish he'd done his darn killing someplace else. I don't like a man that won't even eat his breakfast. Makes me feel... Oh, my goodness, looky here.
Marshal Dillon,
Yes, ma'am?
my name's Tennis.
How do you do? This is Chester Proudfoot.
How do you do, ma'am?
I didn't come here for no socializing.
What's the shotgun for, Miss Tennis?
To put people where cold weather won't bother them. I sleep with his shotgun, Marshal. Carried it ever since I was 18. But I didn't come here to talk about that either.
You came to see your boy Andy, huh?
Ben says Andy killed a man.
He did, Miss Tennis.
You're holding him for murder.
Yes, ma'am.
Going to try him
He'll be tried.
and hung, I suppose.
Now, that depends on the judge, Miss Tennis.
Andy ain't got much of a case, from what Ben tells me.
He's young. The judge might take that into
What's
consideration.
the judge care? Ain't his son.
I'm sorry, Miss Tennis.
There's been one too many hangings in my family already.
What?
The boy's father, Marshal. They took Mr. Tennis and hung him just before Andy was born.
Oh.
I worked the ranch best I could, and I raised them two boys all alone. Nobody helped me at all. I did it.
Tell me, why did they hang your husband?
They said he killed a man.
Miss Tennis, you said Ben told you about what happened last night.
He told me Andy's guilty. But Andy ain't going to hang, Marshal. Why you think I come here? I got my buggy outside, and Andy's leaving with me.
No, Miss Tennis.
Shut up.
Look, why don't you put the shotgun down, huh?
Either one of you scratch for your guns, and I'll blow you to heaven, Marshal. Hear that, Chester?
Yes, ma'am, I ain't doing a thing.
Good. I ain't afraid of dying. And I ain't afraid of killing, neither. Chester, you go get Andy and bring him in here.
Well, Mr. Dillon?
Do what she says, Chester.
Any tricks, and I'll shoot the marshal, Chester.
I won't try nothing.
This isn't going to do any good, Miss Tennis.
It's going to keep Andy from hanging.
Well, I'm going to find him sooner or later, you know.
That's where I got you beat, Marshal. Andy ain't going to run.
What?
He's going to stay on the ranch, right in the house. Anybody comes after him, they're going to have to fight me.
Fight you? You think that'll make a man out of him?
You think the hangman would?
Here he is.
Hello, Ma.
You young fool. What'd you have to go kill a man for?
Now,
Shut
Ma.
up. The buggy's outside. Go get in it.
Sure, Ma.
And Marshal, don't think you're going to shoot him while we're driving out of town.
I don't shoot unarmed men, Miss Tennis.
He ain't a coward. He's got a bad temper, but he ain't a coward.
What would you call hiding behind a woman's skirts?
I'm his ma, ain't I?
What difference does that make?
You'll find out if you don't leave him alone.
Okay, so long, Miss Tennis.
So long, Marshal.
Chester and I stood helplessly at the window and watched Miss Tennis and Andy drive out of town. And as we did, I began to wonder how I'd ever get him back into jail, short of shooting his mother. Her idea of keeping him right by her side and not letting him run was a good one, but I figured even he'd get tired of that sooner or later. So after sitting around Dodge being laughed at for a week, Chester and I rode up to see if Andy was still on the ranch.
Well, there's the house, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah.
I don't see nobody around.
Maybe they're inside.
I wish I was inside something. That woman's got a bead on me right now. I can just feel it.
Chester, look over there. Under that cottonwood by the barn there.
Well, that's her, Mr. Dillon. What in the world's she doing, digging?
Yeah, it looks like it. Oh, she's seen us. Now, there's that shotgun again.
Oh, my
Put your hands in the air, Chester. Sure, we're friendly.
Okay, but it just makes me a better target.
What are you doing here, Marshal?
I wanted to talk to you, Miss Tennis.
About Andy?
Yeah. I'd like to talk to him, too.
You're too late, Marshal.
He gone?
He's dead.
What?
This here's his grave. I just buried him.
Well, what happened?
What difference it make? He's dead.
How did he die, Miss Tennis?
Why don't you leave me be, Marshal? You can't hang him now. Go on back to Dodge.
Miss Tennis, I know how you feel, and I hate to ask you this, but I'm going to have to see the body before I can make a report.
Anybody goes digging in that grave, I'll kill him.
What happened, Miss Tennis?
All right, I'll tell you. Ben talked Andy into giving himself up and standing trial. And he's gonna do it. But I wouldn't allow that. No son of mine's gonna hang.
You're saying that you killed him?
I killed him. I'd rather he died that way than see him hang.
Where's Ben?
Gone. I run him off. Ain't never coming back. Both my sons are gone now, Marshal. For good.
Miss Tennis.
You're gonna arrest me, ain't you?
Now, you've confessed to a murder.
They won't hang a woman, will they?
No.
Okay. You can arrest me. But I ain't coming to town till tomorrow.
Well, if you'd like to kind of pack up or
I
whatever.
don't want you waiting around here. I'll come to Dodge by myself. Either you trust me, Marshal, or I won't come at all.
Okay, Miss Tennis, you come in tomorrow. Come on, let's go, Chester.
Mr. Dillon, that woman is crazy. She'll do anything. I don't see how you can trust her.
She'll show up, Chester.
You really think so?
I'm sure of it. And when she does, she's in for a big surprise.
Oh, you want me to go get my chessboard, Matt?
No, Doc. I don't feel like playing right now, I don't think.
Oh, you don't? Well, I thought it might help kind of kill time.
I'm not worried, Doc. She'll show up, all right.
Oh, she will? Why should she, Matt? Why should anybody walk in and give up on a murder charge?
Well, Maud Tennis is a little different from most people, Doc. Like Ben told me, she can be pretty fierce.
Oh, I know she can. You know, I remember one time a horse pitched her into some wire, and it cut her up bad all over. I had to sew that woman up from one end to the other. And she never even blinked. She just lay there, looking kind of mad about it.
Ah, she's got her own mind, I'll say that. Even if she is wrong most of the time.
Well, she always has been wrong about Andy. I tried to tell her that once. And you know what she did?
What?
She just looked at me, never said a word, stared me right out of the house. Oh, it made me feel like a fool.
She's made me feel like a fool, too, Doc.
Yeah, but what can you do? You can't fight women, Matt.
No, but sometimes you can outsmart them, maybe.
I don't know. By God, here she is.
What are you doing here, Doc?
Oh, nothing, Mrs. Tennant. I was just chatting with the marshal. I was just killing a little time here.
Gossiping, huh? Sitting around telling lies when you ought to be working. The trouble with you city folks.
Oh, now, Dodge isn't exactly what you'd call a city, Mrs. Tennant.
I didn't come here to argue about that. You gonna lock me up, Marshal?
No, Miss Tennis, I'm not.
What?
Well, I got to thinking. I made a mistake yesterday. I can't send you up for trial.
What are you talking about? Why can't you?
Oh, there's no witness. You say you killed Andy, but that's not enough for a court of law. There's got to be somebody else to testify that you did it.
I never heard of no such thing.
No, it's in the book. That's the way the law works. Of course, if you hadn't run Ben off, he'd be a witness. But I can't go chasing him all over the country.
You'll never find him. Said he's going all the way to California.
Then I got no case against you. I'll only get in trouble for wasting the court's time. You might as well go on back home, Miss Tennant.
You trying to fool me, Marshal?
No, the case is closed. I don't like it, but there's nothing I can do about it. Unless Ben shows up sometime.
Ben's gone, I told you.
Well, as long as he is, you're free.
Why didn't you tell me this yesterday?
I'm sorry, Miss Tennis. I guess I wasn't thinking too good yesterday.
You get out and do a little work instead of sitting around this office jawing with Doc Adams. You might get to thinking better.
Yes, ma'am. Maybe you're right, ma'am.
I'm going now. So long.
Goodbye.
Oh, goodbye, Mrs. Tennant. Matt.
Yeah.
I never heard anything so crazy. What were you telling her?
It doesn't matter, Doc, as long as she believes it.
Well, what are you trying to do anyway?
I'm trying to catch a murderer, Doc.
You don't think she did it?
No, I don't. But I'll find out who did. Real soon now.
L&M filters are sweeping the country.
L&M, the filter tip cigarette everyone's talking about. Everyone's changing to.
For example, Maurice Evans told us, "My doctor suggested L&M filters. I recommend them to you as the best."
Patricia Morrison wrote, "I'm so glad I changed to L&M filters, because here's a filter cigarette that really tastes the way a cigarette should."
And John Robert Powers says, "I'm convinced L&M's Miracle Tip is the ultimate in filters."
Yes, L&M filters are truly sweeping the country, breaking more sales records every day.
The reason? It's the filter that counts. And no filter compares with L&M's Miracle Tip for quality or effectiveness. You get much more flavor, much less nicotine. Our statement of quality goes unchallenged. L&M is America's highest quality and best filter tip cigarette.
This is it, L&M filters. This is it, something new. Now 2 sizes, L&M filters. You king size and regular too. This is it, L&M filters. L&M filters with the miracle tip.
Join the trend to L&M, king size or regular, both at the same low price.
I didn't follow Miss Tennis home that night. I left her alone, all that night and the next day. But along toward evening, Chester and I rode out of Dodge, and soon after dark, we were close enough to the ranch to turn our horses loose, hide our saddles, and walk the rest of the way. There was a light in the house, but all we could see was Miss Tennis. She was alone. So we crept into the barn, sat on, and waited. We waited until almost midnight.
Maybe she wasn't lying, Mr. Dillon. Maybe he did leave the country.
Well, I've been wrong before, Chester.
Oh, no, sir, I didn't mean that. I meant, well, what I meant was...
If he doesn't ride in here tonight or tomorrow night or sometime, then I was wrong again.
Yes, sir.
We're gonna wait here till we starve if we have to.
Oh, my goodness, don't talk about eating. I ain't even had my supper.
Quiet. Listen.
It's a horse, Mr. Dillon. Must be him.
Yeah. Well, he won't leave his horse outside. He'll bring him in here. Get back in one of those stalls, Chester. And don't do any shooting unless he gets me. All right, hurry now.
Yes, sir.
All right, I got him, Chester. Get his horse inside.
Yes, sir. You hurt him bad, Mr. Dillon?
No, he'll be all right in a minute. I got his guns, though.
Oh, Mr. Dillon, that ain't Ben. It's Andy.
Yeah, I know.
I thought he was dead.
She wouldn't shoot Andy, Chester, never. That's what was wrong with her story from the beginning.
Well, then, that's Ben's grave out there. Him and Andy must have had a fight.
Yeah, I guess so. But by making me think it was Andy and that she'd killed him, Andy would be free. Nobody's going to go hunting for a dead man.
And she was willing to go to jail for it.
Don't shoot me. Don't shoot me.
Nobody's going to shoot you, Andy. Now keep your voice down. Now get on your feet. Come on, stand up.
Marshal Dillon. Chester.
We've been waiting for you, Andy.
I didn't kill him. I didn't do it.
I think you did. I think Ben threatened to bring you back to jail himself, and you shot him for it.
No, Ma killed him. She told you she did it. Why'd you turn her loose anyway?
Because I didn't believe her. You should have run when you had the chance, Andy.
I got nothing to run for.
Well, it doesn't matter if you admit killing Ben or not. You're going to be tried for murdering that gambler in Dodge.
Andy.
It's Miss Tennis.
Andy.
Yeah. Well, all right. Answer her, Andy. Go on.
Ma?
What are you doing in that salon? I heard you ride up.
I'll tell her to come in.
Come help me, Ma.
Oh, I hope she ain't got that shotgun.
I'll grab it if she has. All right, get Andy back out of the way, Chester.
Over here, Andy.
Hello, Miss Tennis.
Marshal Dillon.
All right, bring him over here, Chester. She's unarmed.
You got Andy.
Yeah, I got him. And I'm going to keep him.
Ma,
What you have to ride in here for?
they're going to take me to jail, Ma.
I'm taking him to jail. Chester's going to stay here and keep an eye on you for a few hours, Miss Tennis. And I'm not taking Andy to Dodge for you to walk in with your shotgun either.
Where are you taking him?
He can be tried anywhere.
He'll be hung, won't he?
I told you before, that's not for me to decide.
He'll be hung. Marshal, you taking him now?
Yeah.
Can I talk to him a minute?
Okay. But don't try to make a break for it. It won't do any good.
Come on, Andy.
Sure, Ma.
Well, that's the most no-good kid I ever saw. Willing to let his ma go to jail for him.
We got him now, Chester. And you keep her here as long as you can. Sit on her if you have to.
Well, how far are you taking him, Mr. Dillon?
I don't know. Abilene, maybe, or...
What, Mr. Dillon?
Hold still.
I ain't gonna shoot you, Marshal. Here's my gun.
All right, come on, Chester.
Oh, she killed him, Mr. Dillon. She had a shotgun hid out in there.
You beat me, Marshal. You beat me this time.
I sure was wrong about you, Miss Tennis.
I had to kill him. I couldn't see him hang.
The only reason I'm out here now is because I was sure you'd never do this. Yeah, I was real wrong about you, wasn't I? I didn't outsmart you after all.
You gonna put me in jail?
Yeah. Yeah, Miss Tennis, this time I'm gonna put you in jail.
And now our star, William Conrad.
Filter smokers, whether you like a long cigarette or a regular-sized smoke, it's my opinion that your best bet is an L&M filter. Because only L&Ms give you effective filtration, and no other cigarette has it. Enjoy L&M's light and mild smoke. Either way, king size or regular. Both at the same low price.
Invites you on a journey. Is an adventure waiting to be discovered. Join us as we uncover the soul of Brazil, one incredible experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian opera.
The revolution is over. but it's still a long way from here to the mission. If we're going to get the organ back in time, we'd better get started.
Have Gun. Will Travel. Starring Mr. John Daner as Paladin. San Francisco, 1875. The Carlton Hotel, headquarters of the man called Paladin.
Oh, Mr. Wong, wait.
Hey, boy, Miss Wong, very busy today. Big party in hotel last night makes so much work.
But Missy Wong, look, a letter from Mr. Paladin.
Oh, Mr. Paladin, work can wait. You read letter, hey, boy.
Oh, no. Up here it say, San Xavier Mission. Then it say, Dear Missy Wong and Hey Boy.
Oh, it's Missy Wong and Hey Boy, you and me.
After I finished my business in Laredo, I came here to San Xavier Mission to see my friend Father O'Toole.
Oh.
Had hoped to be able to lie in the hammock in lovely garden here and get good rest. But I am afraid won't be time for that, as I have offered to do errand for the good Father. However, I plan to be back in San Francisco in time for the opera ball.
But, hey, boy, opera ball last night.
Oh, that's right.
That's right.
Oh, look, me here, Missy Wong. See his date? Mr. Paladin write this letter a long time ago. Take long time to get here. Hey, what happened you suppose he don't get home?
Oh, poor Mr. Paladin.
Yeah, Missy Wong. Oh, Mr. Paladin don't mind missing opera ball. He go to lots of parties.
Oh, Missy Wong mean poor Mr. Paladin. He never have time to rest in hammock.
That's a warning signal for all drivers. And that can be a warning signal for drowsy drivers on long, monotonous trips. You see, driving can make you drowsy no matter how much sleep you get, and driving and dozing just don't mix. Why take chances? Take no-doze, stay-awake tablets. Millions of times a year, safe no-doze keeps drivers awake and alert, helps you bounce back so that you feel sharp, ready for any emergency. How does no-doze do it? Ask your doctor. He'll tell you that no-doze contains a safe and accurate amount of caffeine, the same refreshing stimulant you get in your coffee or tea. But safe no-doze acts faster, is handier, and more reliable. Best of all, it is not habit-forming. And no-doze is so safe, it is legally sold on a national basis without a prescription. Get no-doze, stay-awake tablets to help you stay awake and alert. It could save your life.
I had made the offer to Father O'Toole to see that an organ, a gift to his church, was delivered from the Gulf of Mexico to his San Xavier mission. I was accompanied by Tono, a fine young Indian who had been reared at the mission. The wagon road we had to follow led us through the war zone of a revolution that was in progress. But Father O'Toole was well known and well loved, and I was sure that an explanation of our trip would grant us safe conduct. I didn't know, of course, that confusion at the Customs House loading docks would result in a switching of crates, so that instead of the organ, we were hauling rifles intended for the government militia. Things were looking pretty grim for a while after we were halted by the People's Army and sentenced to be shot for aiding the enemy. But with some quick thinking, fast talking, and decisive action, it seemed that now we had the situation well in hand.
It looks like we have just won a revolution.
Yes, Tono. I guess it's all over but the shouting, but we better get Pancho and move out of here fast before somebody decides it's time for another uprising.
Here comes General Perez.
Senor. Well, General.
Senor, you are the hero of the day.
Oh, no, it was nothing, General. Just a simple matter of cutting down the odds. The militia was well armed, and your boys weren't. That makes it a little difficult to win a war.
See, but what is this miracle you performed for my poor little army that rifles of the militia fire backwards?
Oh, well, Tono and I rammed the barrels of their rifles with adobe mud.
Tal estrategia.
I beg your pardon?
Such superb military strategy.
We were lucky that the soldiers of the militia sleep so soundly during their siesta.
It is a moment of glory for the revoltosos, the army of the people. You, senor, and your compañero will please to join in celebration of victory.
Oh, well, thank you, General, but we don't have time. When you and your men stopped our wagon and I told you I was hauling an organ to a San Xavier mission, well, I was telling you the truth.
But the organ was delivered here to the militia.
It is here now?
Yes. Oh, yes, we found it all right. It's in that little stone jail over there.
What is Organa doing in jail?
Well, the cell is jointly occupied by the organ and the man who delivered it. I believe he was scheduled to meet the firing squad. The militia didn't take kindly to uncrating an organ when it expected rifles.
Por supuesto, of course. I shall see that the organo is released to you, senor.
Oh, General, I'd like to have the prisoner, too, if you don't mind.
You want this prisoner?
I'm afraid so. His name is Pancho. I had a little run-in with him at the Matamoros. I don't think I trust him any further than I can throw that organ, but he can play it, and we may need him.
This becomes confusing, senor.
You see, General, Father O'Toole is counting on having this organ for Mass when the bishop visits San Xavier, but no one in the parish knows how to play it.
And just before the battle, we were hiding back at the jail there, and we heard Pancho play. Very well, too, so I figure if it's all right with you, we'll just deliver him along with the organ.
Just as you like, senor. We are in your debt.
Senor Paladin, these are fine horses the general took from the militia and gave to you.
Yes, Pancho. With the time we've lost, we'd never make it without an ox team we started with.
We are lucky. Horses are hard to come by in this part of the country.
Beautiful animals, beautiful people, beautiful world. Pancho's glad to be alive and not dead from the firing squad. This is a lucky day.
But why were you delivering arms to the militia, Pancho? Were you on their side?
Pancho is only on the side of Pancho. I deliver arms to the militia because the militia can pay. Make business importante. That's all.
Well, just don't you forget our business importante. Eh?
Oh, no, senor. For my life, I play organo for the Mass at the Mission of San Javier.
We will be reaching the town of Roma pretty soon.
I know. I think we better stop there for the night. I don't like to take the time, but the horses need the rest.
Roma, I know this town. I think maybe because this is a lucky day for Pancho, I'll sit for a short time at a game of chance.
You don't press your luck too far, Pancho. Clerk. Hey, clerk. Clerk.
Mr. Paladin! Mr. Paladin!
I'll be with you in a moment, Tono, as soon as I settle up for the hotel.
No, come quick.
Well, what is it?
The organ crate is sitting out there in front of the hotel.
It can't be. It's on the wagon down at delivery.
No, it's out there on the boardwalk, and a man is driving off with our horses and wagon.
Oh, no.
Yes. You see? There he is down the street.
Hey, stop you! Hey, you!
Oh,
stop there!
Well, now, what's your trouble, friend?
Mister, horse stealing's a pretty serious matter.
Well, now, don't that beat all?
Climb down off that wagon.
Say, what's eating you?
This happens to be my team and wagon you're driving.
Oh, no, it ain't. It's mine.
How do you figure?
It's mine on account of 4 of a kind beat us straight.
What are you talking about?
I win this outfit fair and square in a poker game last night.
I'm afraid that's a lie. This is my outfit.
Now, looky here, mister.
You climbed down off that wagon.
I'm just going to do that, and you're going to be sorry. Now, Steve Perkins don't take lightly to being called a liar and a horse thief. Now.
Mr. Paladin.
That's for the lie.
You?
Yeah, looks like I gotta whomp you again.
Oh, no, I don't think so.
Oh, that was some punch.
Yeah. Looks like he's out for a while.
Mr. Paladin, that's the man who was playing cards with Pancho last night.
Pancho? Of course. Oh, I should have thought of that. Where is Pancho?
I couldn't find him this morning. He didn't sleep in his room last night.
I guess he figured his luck ran out, and he'd better run out, too. I'm afraid I owe this man an apology. Well, Tono, we haven't time to argue the fine points of this thing.
Why? What are we going to do?
Get some rope out of the wagon there.
Rope?
Yes, we're going to tie this fellow up, shove a gag in his mouth, and then load him and the organ in the wagon and get on our way.
Why do we take him?
Well, it's his outfit. He win it fair and square, as he said. But I'm afraid we're going to have to borrow it, whether he likes it or not.
Well, at least Pancho didn't gamble the organ.
He was probably saving it for the next hand.
But now we're back where we were. Nobody to play for Mass.
Yeah. No, we'll worry about that later.
There he is again.
I guess I better untie him. I hope he decides to be reasonable about this.
I wouldn't count on it.
No. I'm afraid he has a point. Ooh, no. Ooh. Say, Perkins. Look, Perkins, I'm sorry we had to Shanghai you like this, but we needed the wagon, and there wasn't time to argue, you see. Now, whether Pancho had a right to bet it or not, I guess it's yours. And we'll pay you for this trip. But we have to get to San Xavier Mission. Climb on back there, Tono, and take the gag off him.
Sure. Here, sir. Just let me untie you here. There.
You... Don't say it, or you'll stay tied up.
All right. You win. Well, let me tell you, the only reason Steve Perkins is standing still for this kind of shoving around is... Yeah, because I was headed toward the mission anyway.
You were?
Yeah, they got one of them fiesta things going on in town there. Usually there's some pretty good betting money floating around at them celebrations.
Are you a professional gambler?
Oh, I wouldn't say that exactly, but I managed to pick up a little change here and there. When I win these horses, I figure to take them to the fiesta and race them.
Our horses?
My horses, and don't forget it. Mister, you don't know horseflesh. They ain't hauling horses, they're running horses.
It doesn't matter. If they'll just get this organ to San Xavier, I'll be satisfied. Untie him, Tono. Almost there, Tono.
Yes, it's been quite a trip.
What's so special about this here organ?
It was a gift to the mission. Father O'Toole is very anxious to have it when the bishop visits San Xavier.
He'll have it, it seems, but there is no one to play it.
Hey, Tono.
Yes?
You Injun, ain't you?
Yes.
Well, how come you don't dress like a Injun or talk like a Injun?
I was raised at the mission and went to American schools.
Oh, I see. Well, now, looky over there. Figure that's some of your kinfolk?
A band of Indians on horseback.
They are Navajo. That is my tribe.
Well, how do you like that? Look. They got a rope around that feller's neck. They're leading him behind their horses.
Hey, that looks like Pancho. Whoa.
Mr. Paladin, it is Pancho.
Well, say, that's the feller I played poker with.
What kind of business importante do you suppose he tried this time, Tono?
I don't know, but he can play the organ.
Oh, yes, he can. Well, I suppose we better go see what we can do for him. Come on now. Get on now. Here.
And now, here are Edgar Bergen and Charlie McCarthy.
Bergie, I think someone's looking for you. Oh, Mr. Bergen.
Well, hello, Effie Clinker. What's wrong?
My car battery is run down. I think it's in acid condition.
Oh, I see. Well, have you seen a serviceman?
Well, I had a blind date with a sailor last night, but he got away.
No, I mean a mechanic. Seeing you own a General Motors car, you should see your GM dealer for service. His mechanics are GM trained. They have specialized tools and factory-approved parts to provide your fine GM car with the GM care it deserves. So if you own a Chevrolet car or truck, a Pontiac, an Oldsmobile, Buick, Cadillac, or a GMC truck, you should make a date with a General Motors serviceman.
Oh, that sounds exciting. Will he have blue eyes?
What's the story, Tono? What'd the Indians say?
Well, as near as I can tell, Pancho wandered into the Indian camp this morning and offered to trade some cattle for a horse.
Cattle?
Yes. But it turned out the cattle he traded already belonged to the Indians. It was some stock they had turned out to graze.
Say, he's some slick feller, ain't he?
Well, never quite slick enough. Well, what now, Tono? What are they going to do with him?
This is a small band of Navajo. They have set up a camp just beyond the missions. They want no trouble.
Yeah?
They are willing to release Pancho, but they insist he must walk to the mission that way, with the rope around his neck, following the horses.
How far is the mission from here?
12 miles.
It seems a little cruel.
Maybe not. Give that old boy some time to figure a couple of new angles.
Yeah. Yeah, you could be right, Perkins. Oh, it's good to be back in your lovely garden, Father.
And it's good to have you, lad. Bless you for the happiness you brought me.
I'm afraid the trip took longer than we planned. I hope you didn't worry, Father.
Not at all, Tono, my son. I had my faith, and you had my prayers.
They came in handy a couple of times, Father.
Will you have more lemonade, Mr. Perkins?
Well, no thanks, Father. I got a little business to take care of.
Business?
Yeah, you see, I got to set me up a little race meet. Get out a few bets.
Oh.
Yeah, and I got to move fast. Now, this here fiesta is going to be over Saturday night, so I got to get going to promote this race meet for Sunday morning.
Sunday? But that's the day the bishop will be here.
Well, doggone, Father, I don't aim to interfere with your business.
Oh, now, don't give it another thought, son. It'll work out. Well, if you must go, I'll walk out with you.
Well, thank you, Father.
But please now, come again.
Well, sure, I'd be right proud to, Father. So long, fellas.
See you later, Perkins. Well, Tono, we had a few bad moments, but it was worth it, wasn't it, to see Father O'Toole so happy? Say, you know what I'm going to do right now? I am going to get in that hammock, and I am going to stay there.
No, wait. It is not time to relax yet.
What do you mean?
I know Father O'Toole's flock. If Perkins sets up this race meet, the pews will be empty Sunday.
Ah, yeah. That's no way to impress the bishop. Maybe I ought to talk to Perkins.
No, I think there is another way. Come on.
Oh, where?
We will have to take a little trip.
Oh, no.
Yes, out to the Navajo camp.
Well, why?
Mr. Paladin, it hasn't rained here in a long time. You know the dust is about a foot deep.
Well, what's that got to do with it?
If it should rain, the mud would be so deep, no horse could run.
But it never rains this time of year out here.
When I was talking to the Navajos today, I learned that in their camp is a man I remember from my childhood. A wonderful old medicine man. I recall that his rain chants worked miracles.
Ah, I see.
We must impress the bishop.
Of course.
Look, Mr. Paladin.
Yeah, that's Pancho.
Hola, señores.
Hey, Pancho. Where'd you get that horse?
Pancho make a little business importante. Oh, beautiful world. Pancho's glad to be alive, and now Pancho come to play organo for the mass at San Javier Mission.
I think we can start now. Most of the crowd seems to be out.
Yeah, I guess so. Well, Tono, I'd say the bishop's mass was quite a success.
It certainly was. Look at Father O'Toole at the door, beaming at his flock as they file out.
The mysterious ways of God performing his miracles, eh, Tono?
Yes.
Encantado, Padre.
Bless you, my child.
Father?
Ah, Tono and Paladin, God bless you, my sons.
Thank you, Father. It was a wonderful day, wasn't it?
Oh, my... 'tis a day I'll remember all my life.
Say, the bishop was impressed, wasn't he?
Oh, indeed he was. But how strange it should rain today.
Hey, boy.
Oh, Mr. Paladin. Oh, my, this is fine you home again at last. Here, let hey boy take back.
Thank you, hey, boy.
This was a successful trip?
Yes, it was.
Oh, it seemed too bad you missed party. Big upper ball.
No, hey, boy, that wasn't important at all, since I was able to help to make a very good man very happy.
Oh. Hey, Mr. Paladin, Missy Wong pretty upset about you.
Oh, why?
I don't know. Women kind of funny. Your hey boy don't understand women very good.
I know, hey, boy, I know.
Oh, there Missy Wong now. Missy Wong, look here.
Oh, Mr. Paladin, welcome home.
Thank you, Miss Wong. It's good to be home.
Mr. Paladin, did you ever have time to lie in hammock, have good rest?
No, I didn't, Miss Wong.
Oh.
When I finally had the time, it was raining.
Oh, too bad. Mr. Wong afraid of that. So Missy Wong have nice surprise.
Surprise?
Surprise, yes. Here, let me open door to room. All nice and clean, ready for you. See?
Oh, Miss Wong. A hammock.
Yes, hammock.
Well, that is a very nice surprise.
Next time you refresh, enjoy a frosty, ice-cold Pepsi-Cola.
Sociability, Charlie.
All right, Kay, how's this? Pepsi is light, refreshes without filling. You like to refresh? Have a Pepsi right now.
Well, offer it to everybody, Charlie.
I will. Enjoy Pepsi at the fountain. It's delicious at home, too. Have one at lunch or with a snack.
Charlie.
At the beach or at dinner. Wherever you go, wherever you're thirsty, Pepsi is there.
It's here, too, in our Be Sociable song.
Be sociable, look smart, keep up to date with Pepsi. Drink light, refreshing Pepsi. Stay young and fair and debonair. Be sociable, have a Pepsi.
For the weekend, have plenty of Pepsi around. Pick up an extra carton today. CK, I'm sociable.
With Pepsi, everyone is.
Have Gun, Will Travel. Created by Herb Meadow and Sam Rolfe, is produced and directed in Hollywood by Frank Paris and stars John Daner as Paladin, with Ben Wright as Hayboy and Virginia Gregg as Miss Wong. Tonight's story was specially written for Have Gun, Will Travel by Ann Dowd. Featured in the cast were Don Diamond, Harry Bartell, Russell Arms, and Bill Idelson. This is Hugh Douglas, inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents Have Gun, Will Travel.
Enjoying the timeless classics on Golden Age Radio? If you're loving the nostalgia and captivating stories, consider supporting our channel with a tip. Your generosity helps us continue bringing you the best of vintage radio entertainment. Simply click on the link in the description.
Kellogg's, the greatest name in cereals, present Wild Bill Hickok!
gallop along with Guy Madison as Wild Bill Hickok and his pal Jingles, which is me, Andy Devine. We got another rootin' tootin' Wild Bill Hickok adventure story for you from the world's only talking cereal, Snap, Crackle, and Pop. Kellogg's Rice Krispies!
Today, Kellogg's Rice Krispies brings you Wild Bill Hickok, transcribed in Hollywood and starring Guy Madison as Wild Bill and Andy Devine as his pal Jingles. In just 30 seconds, you'll hear the exciting story, The Champion of Faro Flats. When you open your eyes in the morning, there's no finer thing in the world to look forward to than a big heaping bowl of golden, crisp Kellogg's Rice Krispies, the talking cereal. These merry little gadabouts in the bowl will tell you with a snap, crackle, pop how fresh and crisp and good-tasting they are. So get a big box tomorrow. And boys and girls, a little later on in the program, we'll tell you how you can get a wonderful Aerodoodle rocket-launching beanie. So be sure to stay tuned in. One afternoon in the late 60s, United States Marshal Wild Bill Hickok and Jingles stopped at a fork in the road on the California line. When they made their choice to take the left-hand road toward California's mining towns, they were playing into the hand of fate. For a strange, exciting adventure waited for them when they met the champion of Faro Flats.
All right, Joker. Bill says this way. Pick him up.
Yep. Let's go, Buckshot.
Bill, something tells me we should have taken that right-hand fork after all.
What's the matter, partner? You getting to be a fortune teller all of a sudden?
No, but I get hunches about these things, and when my hunch says we're heading for Gunsmoke, you can bet your silver buckle we're going to get into it.
Well, we'll worry about that when it comes, partner.
Hey, Bill. Hey, look coming up behind us. Ain't that a funny way to fix up a buckboard?
Yeah, like a little covered wagon.
Let's stop and let him go by. I want to see it. Now, ho,
Ooh,
Joker.
Buckshot.
Grazie, signore. It's a nice day, huh?
Sure is.
Howdy, stranger.
And howdy to you, too, my friend. Well, arrivederci.
Yeah, over the river to you, too.
He's a right happy gent, Jingles.
Yeah, he sure is. That sure is a funny contraption. He's driving down the road.
Come on, Buckshot.
Yeah, Joker. You know, Bill, we're heading in the same direction. Maybe we'll run into him again.
Maybe.
Hey, Bill, look. Look, a bunch of riders jumped out of the brush. They're after that little gent in the wagon.
Yeah.
Bill!
Come on, partner. We'll even this up a little bit. Hiya, Buckshot. Get on, boy.
Jump, Joker. We're going to cut those bushwhackers down to size.
That little stranger's got plenty of spunk, Jingles. Look at him try to outrun him.
Yeah, let's give those road agents something to think about, Bill.
Yeah, partner. Fire a couple over the heads.
Hey, they're turning on us.
That's fine, Jingles. Ride right into them.
All right, now, you two sons of Satan. You drag down on them horses or I'll be drilling holes in the both of you.
Woo, Buckshot, woo-I. Yeah, mister? I'd be more careful of those shooting irons if I were you.
And who is it telling me to be careful, I'm asking?
And I'll be the one to be telling you that, you Spattlepin. It's being none other than Wild Bill Hickok. And does that name mean anything to you?
Hickok, let's get out of here. Get up.
Look at him scatter, Bill.
Now, stranger, maybe you'd like to explain what you and your boys were doing ambushing that wagon.
Well, now, I wouldn't be explaining nothing, Marshal. And I'll be bidding you a very bad day for you've interrupted our business. We did no harm to the little coyote, so you have nothing to hold me for. Now, get up, me boy. Hey!
Hey, you come back here, you dry-gulching Gila monster!
Let him go, Jingles. Let's see if they did any damage to our little friend in the buckboard.
Gracias, signore. Muy gracias. You have saved my life. I, Farino, leading citizen of Faro Flats, and give you a salute.
Oh, now, slow down, and tell us what this is all about.
Yeah, Mr. Farino. What were those men after?
Them, I cursed them for the snakes and the grasses they are. They would take from Farino, the most famous of all the jumping champions. You have saved the honor, Farino, on Faro Flats.
Bill, this Jasper ain't making much sense to me.
To me neither, Jingle.
Come ride with me and I will tell you. And there's no time to lose. We must hurry before more harm is done.
Harm? You reckon they'll try to get you again?
They will never give up trying until after the great contest, which takes place tomorrow afternoon. Hey, get up there, my bella. Must hurry. Get up there.
Get along, Buckshot. Might as well follow him, Jingle.
Yeah. Doggone if he ain't got my curiosity right up into the top of my hat.
Say, Perino.
Yeah, my friend, there's me.
What contest you talking about?
The jumping contest, of course. I, Farino, own a champion of all the jumpers.
Oh, horses, now you're talking. If there's anything I like to see, it's a good jumping horse. Now, wait a minute, Farino. How are them Mavericks trying to steal a jumper from you just now? You can't get a champion horse in this little ring.
Horses? Who said anything about the horses? The horses. I have the greatest of all the champion of jumpers right here in my wagon. Wing the victory. Look, I pull back at the canvas and show them to you. Yeah, there he is, my wing of the victory.
Hey, Bill, look. This Jasper's gone loco as a wild steer. That champion's a frog. A doggone green pop-eyed bullfrog.
This is Charlie Lyon and Slim the Singing Cowboy, friends. Say, tell us about those wonderful new Aerodoodle beanie caps and rocket planes, Slim.
Well, sir, they're just about the niftiest thing this side of the Rio Grande, Charlie. You know what a beanie is, kids? It's a cap. And this one's bright-colored red and green. And it's got a 4-inch flexible plastic launching tube on top for shooting out rocket planes. You fit one of these here rocket planes on the tube, then you blow through a 20-inch blasting tube, and that rocket plane can soar as high as a house. Boy, oh boy, what fun. Now, be the first in your neighborhood to get one. You just tear off the top of a regular or large-sized box of those delicious golden Kellogg's Rice Krispies and send it along with 25 cents to Kellogg's. They'll send you a swell rocket-launching beanie with 3 rocket planes. So get Kellogg's Rice Krispies. That's the talking cereal that goes snap, crackle, and pop to tell you how fresh and crisp they are. Kellogg's Rice Krispies, Kellogg's Rice Krispies. Let's march right up to the table now. Rice Krispies taste the best, and how? Snap, crackle, pop. Kellogg's Rice Krispies, Kellogg's Rice Krispies.
Get this wonderful trick beanie that actually launches rocket planes. Send now to Kellogg's, Box 8500A, Chicago 77, Illinois. Kellogg's, Box 8500A, Chicago 77, Illinois. Okay, let's get back to Wild Bill Hickok. United States Marshal Wild Bill Hickok and Jingles were more than surprised when the excitable Farino disclosed to them that his prize jumper, Winged Victory, was actually a bullfrog. When Jingles and Bill stopped laughing, they headed on up the road and into the town of Faro Flats.
Well, here we are. Now you will have the pleasure of meeting George Harrington, the other leading citizen of Faro Flats. He's a nice man. You wait and see.
Farino, come in. Everybody's been worried about you.
Worry about the Farino? But of course, Farino's a very important citizen of Faro Flats. Is it right they should worry about me?
I see you brought some friends.
Oh, yes. These are my friends. The greatest marshal of all of the West. Maybe the whole world. Wild Bill Hickok.
Hickok?
And is a saddle kick, a jingle.
That's me.
Well, welcome to the leading town of all California's mining country, gentlemen. Come in. You arrived just at a most propitious moment.
We did? Well, what kind of a time is that?
Never mind, Jingles. He's just glad to see us.
Oh, me too, Judge.
George, tell me, is the contest all already?
Yes, and I have great news.
Great news? What is?
Calaveras County citizens are entering their champion to compete against your Winged Victory. This will decide which is the best jumper of all time. Oh, if only Mark Twain could be here to witness this grand occasion.
This must be an important time around here, Judge Harrington.
Yeah, everybody's all stirred up like it was a rodeo almost.
Rodeo? Rodeos are nothing. You will see. But, George, I must have told you something. O'Reilly is a cutthroat from a Gopher Gulch attacked me on a road.
They did?
They sure did. Ambushed him, that's what.
Sure they did. And if it had not been for Wild Bill Hickok...
And Jingles.
I would not be here. And my great champion Winged Victory would be no more. Poof. Out.
Gentlemen, you have saved the honor of Faro Flats.
Oh, it weren't nothing to talk about. Much. Me and Bill was just riding down the road behind Mr. Farino in his wagon when suddenly 40 or 50
Jingles.
of the... Huh? Well, weren't there that many, Bill?
5.
5?
5.
Oh, yeah, 5. Well, when 5 of the meanest, orneriest gunslicks you ever saw come busting out of the brush...
Jingles.
Well, they was.
Never mind, partner.
But, Bill...
Never mind.
No, all right. Well, like I said, Judge, it wasn't really nothing. Nothing at all. Doggone it anyway.
Well, I have a request to make of you, Mr. Hickok.
You just name it, Judge.
Yeah, name it. It's as good as done, ain't it, Bill?
Well, if we can, partner.
Well, it's this. I want you to guard Farino's champion until after the contest tomorrow. It's very important to Faro Flats.
Oh, now, Bill, I don't want to be no guard and nursemaid to a dad-blasted, croaking, jumping bullfrog. Well, there just ain't no dignity to it for a big U.S. deputy like me.
Now, you don't understand, Jingles. The contest is the biggest thing of the year. Gopher Gulch and Faro Flats are armed camps right now. Feeling is running high. Everyone is so stirred up that if anything happened, there'd be more killings than we had in the Civil War.
There would?
Yes, there would. Well, how about it, Bill?
All right, Judge, we'll take that responsibility. Jingles, you get that bullfrog and we'll keep him on our hotel room. You can stand guard over him until tomorrow afternoon.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Hickok. It's a fine thing you do for Faro Flats. It'll make you go down in history as the greatest United States Marshal of all the time.
All right now, Colonel. You know what to do.
Yeah, sure, Riley, I know. Just take this box with a snake in it up to the window of their hotel room and let the snake loose.
That's right. He'll do the rest. If there's anything a snake likes better than anything else, it's a nice, juicy bullfrog.
Yeah. Reno ain't gonna have no champion to jump against the Gopher Gulch Flash tomorrow.
Now, my friend, the Jingles, you will guard my champion well, my little winged victory. And tomorrow he will be the most famous frog in all history.
Yeah, and tomorrow I'll be a nervous wreck.
Now, don't go worrying, partner. You just keep your eyes open. Don't let the Gopher Gulch boys catch you napping.
Well, how am I going to get something to eat if I got to stay locked up here with this frog? I might just start frying him up for supper. Frog legs are mighty good, you know.
No. I will send Archie from the cafe to come up to your window and bring you some.
Okay. Oh, where are you going, Bill?
Look around town, Jingles. Folks are already gathering for the celebration and contest tomorrow.
And it will be a celebration like you have never seen in your life before.
See you later, partner.
Guard my winged victory well, Jingles.
Now, doggone it, how'd I ever get mixed up in a thing like this? Oh, be quiet. Hey, what's that? Hey, who's that?
It's just me, big boy. I brought you something for that croaking jumper of yours. There!
Well, thanks. Hey, it's a snake. You sneaking salamander. He'll eat up Farino's frog.
Yeah, Tubby, that's a general idea.
Help! Help, snake! I gotta kill it. Oh, Mr. Doggone it.
Doc Jingles!
Oh, Bill. Woo-wee, I'm glad you come back. Hey, you killed it. Oh, where's that doggone frog?
There he is, safe and sound. I heard you holler.
Bill, those varmints ain't kidding about being after this doggone old bullfrog.
I guess not, Jingles. You know they may try it again, so you better stay awake.
You couldn't put me to sleep now with a 10-pound sledgehammer.
Fine. I'll be back before long. Hawkeye should show up soon with some chow for you.
Well, you better show up mighty quick or I'll starve to death. I could eat a longhorn steer right now, hair, hide, horns, and tallow. Who's there? No sidewinders surprising me again. Oh, it's a Chinaman from the cafe, and he's got a frying pan in his hand. Hot diggity, now I eat.
Oh, Mr. Farino, him say, bring your chow chow, chop chop. Me bring. Oh, my name, Aki. How do?
Well, now that's right nice of you, Aki. How do yourself? I'll just take that frying pan.
Sure, you take. Oh, be careful. Frying pan hot right from stove.
Ow! Ooh, yeah, it is, ain't it? Hey, is that all you brought? 2 little old chicken legs?
Me very sorry. Many people in fellow flats. Many people mean much hungry. Eat all the food up, not much left. Only 2 chicken legs. You no like, me take back.
No, you don't. I'll eat 'em. Sure ain't much when you got as much to keep up as I have.
All right, you keep, you eat. Me go. Bye-bye.
So long. 2 little old chicken legs. Doggone it, but it's sure good at that. Just 1 bite and that one's gone. And another bite and that one's gone too. That bone sure sound hollow in that frying pan. Now, where'd that frog get to? Hey, Froggy, Froggy, Froggy. Come on, little Froggy. Oh, now, come on. This ain't no time to play hide and seek. Are you under the bed? No. Hey, he's gone. Help! Robbers! Thief! Bill!
Hey, Jingles, what's the matter?
What happened? Where is my winged victory? What are you done with him?
The Billy's gone. Just disappeared.
Disappeared? No, you'll not tell me a thing like this. Where is he going to? Quick, say something to me.
Well, there ain't nothing to say. He just ain't here, that's all.
Mamma mia, look in the frying pan. 2 bones. 2 bones. Jingles, I hear you say it. And that you were hungry, you murderer. You eat my frog, my champion of victory. You have eaten. And for that, I kill you.
Hey, Wranglers. Kids all over the land are buzzing about the sensational new offer that Kellogg's Rice Krispies is a-making. Now, I'm going to tell you all about it in a minute. Right now, though, come on, let's everybody sing. Kellogg's Rice Krispies, Kellogg's Rice Krispies. Let's march right up to the table now. Rice Krispies taste the best, and how? Snap, crackle, pop. Kellogg's Rice Krispies, Kellogg's Rice Krispies. Here's what you can get from Kellogg's, kids. It's called the Aerodoodle Beanie Cap and Rocket Outfit. It's a bright red and green cap that fits on your head and has a flexible plastic 4-inch tube attached to the top. You fit a sleek, sturdy 5.5-inch rocket plane, and there's 3 of them in the kit, on the front of this here tube. Now you blow through another long tube and watch the rocket go zooming off your cap and zip up into the air. You'll have all kinds of fun with it, and I'll tell you how you can get this wonderful rocket beanie outfit. Just send the box top from a package of Kellogg's Rice Krispies along with 25 cents to Kellogg's, Box 8500A, Chicago 77, Illinois. Now be sure to include your name and address. That's Kellogg's, Box 8500A, Chicago 77, Illinois. You better send it right away. And now what do you say? Let's get back to Wild Bill Hickok.
When they heard Jingles yelling, Bill, Judge Harrington, and Farino rushed into the room to find Jingles moaning that the champion jumping frog has disappeared. Then Farino spied the frying pan with the 2 chicken bones in it and accused Jingles of eating the frog's legs, threatening to kill him.
Yeah, I will kill you!
Hold it, Farino!
Bill, pull him off of me. Doggone it, I wish I'd never seen that dad-burned frog.
But what happened?
Eat my frog, I tell you!
No, everybody just settle down. All right, partner. Go over it for us. Tell us just what happened.
Well, Aki brought me a couple of chicken legs in the frying pan, and I ate them. Frog was right there on the floor when I started, right near the bedpost.
Oh, my poor little wing of victory. What am I going to do?
Quiet, Farino, and let Jingles finish.
Then when I ate the chicken, I dropped the bones in the frying pan and rattled them once, and when I looked around, the doggone frog was missing.
Was the window open?
Yeah. Aki brought the chicken to the window.
Well, now let's just have a little look.
What do you expect to find out there, Bill?
I found it, Jingles, right out here in the rain barrel.
What? My wing to victory. My champion. You find him?
I sure did, Perino. Here he is.
Well, I'll be doggone. Bill, that sure was some quick thinking.
Yeah, and that was sure some fine jumping that frog did, too.
Hey, that's right. Jingles, you say you saw the frog right by this bedpost?
Yeah, right where your foot is, Judge.
And he jumped right out the window into the rain barrel.
Judge, you know what I mean? And that is the longest jump ever made by any frog anywhere.
But how did you get him to do it?
I didn't get him to do it, I tell you. All I did was rattle a frying pan and turn around, and he was gone. See, he agrees with me.
The frying pan. Quick, give me the frying pan.
Here. Now, what are you going to do with it?
I show you. Here, you say the frog was right here?
Right by the bedpost.
All right. Now wing the victory. There you are. Jump right by the bedpost again. Now show Papa how you can jump into the rain barrel again when I rattle the frying pan. You ready?
Oh, I never saw anything as silly before in my born day.
Quiet, Jingles. If he does it, this will be a memorable day in the history of Faro Flats.
Quiet now. I'm going to rattle a frying pan.
He did it!
He's the biggest champion of all the time.
I can't wait till tomorrow. He'll beat the Gopher Gulch Flash with his flippers down. Gopher Gulch entry by 3 feet, and the Calaveras entry by 5. Oh, what a jump! O'Reilly sure went off with a sour look.
My wing to victory wins. George Faro Flats is a famous. I'm a famous. You're a famous.
We're all famous. Hey, and don't forget I'm the one that trained him for the match.
Yep, partner, you're a great frog trainer.
And because you do such a fine job of training my jumper, I'm changing the frog's name from a wing to victory to a jump and a jingles. It's a nice, huh?
That's real nice, Perino. You know, partner, you're going to be famous.
Yeah, you will be the most famous.
I know. I'll be the most famous leading citizen. The most famous frog trainer and frog jockey in the world. And it's all right with me just so as I don't have to live with the critter and listen to his singing. Mine's bad enough.
And now, here are the stars of Wild Bill Hickok, Guy Madison, and Andy Devine.
That's our story for today, folks. Enjoy the weekend, and we'll be back again on Monday.
Yes, sir. And with the story about one of the most vicious plots against Wild Bill Hickok's life called 4 Aces for Death.
Meanwhile, Andy and I hope you'll remember to get Kellogg's Rice Krispies.
Right. It's the world's only talking cereal.
You bet it is. Andy and I think Kellogg's Rice Krispies are great. So long.
See you Monday.
Yes, sir. Kellogg's, the greatest name in cereals, has brought you another exciting story of Wild Bill Hickok, starring Guy Madison and Andy Devine in person. Today's cast included Harry Lang, John Stevenson, and Fred Howard. Our director is Paul Pierce, story by Larry Hayes, music by Dick Orant. This is a David Heyer production, transcribed in Hollywood. Don't forget to listen Monday, same time, same station, when Wild Bill Hickok holds 4 Aces for Death. Now, this is Charlie Lyon speaking for Kellogg's Rice Krispies, the world's only talking cereal. Kellogg's Corn Flakes, America's favorite ready-to-eat cereal. And Kellogg's Sugar Corn Pops, the cereal with the sweetening already on it.
Lost in Brazil invites you on an unforgettable journey, where every moment is an adventure waiting to be discovered. Join us as we uncover the soul of Brazil, one incredible experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian odyssey.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Joel McCrea in Tales of the Texas Rangers. Tonight, transcribed from Hollywood, another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McCrea as Ranger Jace Pearson. Texas, more than 260,000 square miles, and 50 men who make up the most famous and oldest law enforcement body in North America. From the files of the Texas Rangers come these stories based on fact. Only names, dates, and places are fictitious for obvious reasons. The events themselves are a matter of record. Case for tonight, Deadhead Freight.
It is shortly before midnight, August 27th, 1938, at the Santa Fe Freight Yards in Lubbock, Texas. A deadhead freight hauling empties back to the west coast from Galveston has just pulled into the yard. The brakeman and a railroad detective are making a routine check of the cars for free-riding hobos.
If I was a yard dick, I'd be snoozing in the roundhouse. You ain't found a free rider in months.
Yeah, so what? I get paid to check, and I check.
Oh, you know, Boson, the freights always hop off before we pull into the yards.
You ever think one of them might fall asleep in the car and not have anybody to wake him up?
Well, could be.
Yeah, flash your light and listen.
Okay. Hey, see? Nobody. Now, the car up ahead is the last of the boxcars. I walked the flats and gondolas while we was rolling, so I know that they're clear.
Hey, why's the door rolled shut on this one?
Well, I don't know now. Shouldn't be.
Now, let's get her open. Now, throw your light around.
Yeah.
Nobody riding, huh? Come on. All right, Bo. On your feet. And throw that light right on him.
Yeah. Well, no wonder it didn't move, just an old duffel bag.
Yeah. What's a duffel bag doing on a deadhead freight? Hey, there's something in it, huh? Hey, come here. Feel this.
Feels like a body.
Hey, you got a knife on you?
Yeah, here.
That's a good thing we didn't pass this car. The top of the bag sewed up tight. I'll have to cut right through the side.
What? It's a young woman.
Yeah, stabbed to death. And throw that light around the car.
Well, what are you looking for?
There's no blood anyplace. She wasn't killed on the train.
Somebody must have loaded the body on to get rid of it.
Yeah, so the murder can't be pinned down to any definite area. Hey, where'd you stop last, before you pulled in here?
Siding, west of Sweetwater?
The body must have been put on someplace between there and Galveston, then. We better call the police. They can notify the Texas Rangers.
After a brief but penetrating study of the situation, Ranger Captain Stinson had the body removed to a Lubbock funeral parlor. He then requested Texas Ranger Jace Pearson to take over the case.
Well, there it is, Jace. Pretty brutal job of stabbing.
You figured it happened a good piece from here, huh?
Couple of reasons for that. Here's a map. Shows the route the freight train took. Spot circled in red shows where it made stops. And at what time.
I see. No stops after it left the siding outside Sweetwater, huh?
Right. And most of the stops were made much further east.
Well, according to the time of these stops, body must have been loaded on the train between Presby here and Turner City here.
Well, how do you arrive at that?
Train made all its night stops between these points. Isn't likely the killer loaded the body on by daylight. Too much chance of being spotted by the train crew.
That's good reasoning, Jace. You may be right.
You said the body was sewed up in a duffel bag.
Yeah. You better look at it before I send it on to the lab. I have the undertaker lock it in this cabinet and give me the key. Yeah, here it is. Regular opening at the top of the bag is sewed up tight. The draw cord is missing. See?
Uh-huh. Good thing the man who found the body cut into the bag instead of ripping out those new stitches.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Kind of funny stitching.
It may have been made by somebody with a special trade where that kind of stitching's used. Lab gets a look at it, may be able to tell us what trade.
Well, I hope so. The bag itself won't help much, I'm afraid.
Probably picked up in war surplus. Could belong to anybody. Hey, look at this. The bottom of the bag.
It's kind of soiled. Whoever carted it around with a body in it must have set it on the ground to rest.
He sure did. On reddish-brown earth. Blood seepage made some of it stick. Let's have a look at that train map again. I think that earth stain kind of narrows down our search, Captain.
Oh? How come?
I know the country that train passed at night. I've been over it plenty. Only place I've seen earth that color is right around this area in a few stream beds. Cotton Belt runs parallel to the railroad for about 40 miles through there. Well, I've seen all I want to see, unless you have something else.
Nope. Let's go. I'll get this bag off to Austin.
Body going to be held here for identification?
Yeah. If she isn't identified, we'll see if we can run down something by her clothes.
Any laundry marks or anything on them?
Afraid not, Jace. Homemade and home laundered. No dental work to help us either. And her fingerprints aren't on the file.
Might have a man check on the shoes she was wearing. They weren't homemade.
Yeah, we'll try it. You got any ideas about what you're going to do?
If it's all right with you, I'd like to take a crack at that Cotton Belt area. Tow charcoal down on the horse trailer and then ride parallel to the railroad tracks and see what I can find.
Well, that's a lot of territory. How about Steve Clark riding with you?
Good deal.
We get anything from the lab, I'll let you know. I'll radio Clark and assign him. Then you can pick him up on the way. Good luck, Jace.
Thanks, Captain. You'll hear from me. I met Clark. We drove down to the beginning of the area I wanted to check, left the car, and used our horses for the long ride along the rail bed. By noon of the next day, we'd covered 15 miles.
Horses are getting tired, Jace.
I know, but there's a siding a little ways ahead. Freight stop there.
Yeah. Look, another culvert coming up.
Yeah. Bank's pretty steep. Watch your horse.
Right. Careful, boy.
Easy, Charcoal.
Careful.
Easy.
Steep climb out of here, Jace. Maybe if we ride... Hey, what are you looking at? Oh, the ground, huh?
Yeah. Same reddish-brown color we've been checking for.
Well, don't see anything else, though. Want to ride through it a ways?
Yeah. Come on, Charcoal.
Oh, boy, let's go. I don't want to be a killjoy, Jace, but we've done this in a dozen creek beds.
Yeah, but none of the others were as close to a train stop. Siding's only about 50 yards further up the... Ooh, Charcoal.
Oh, boy, whoa. Find something, Jace?
Yeah, come here.
What is it? Yeah, marks in the sand.
Trace of a couple of footprints, not enough to make a cast, but look at this other mark. A round impression.
Yeah. What made it?
Might have been somebody setting that duffel bag down.
Yeah? Well, that would account for the dirt you found on the bag.
We'll find out. Get a glass jar from your saddle pack.
Okay. Gonna cut a core around that mark?
Yeah. Lab can test it for blood trace. Earth this color, we can't tell anything by sight.
Well, here's the jar.
Thanks.
A few empty cans around here, Jace. Those marks might have been made by a hobo.
No, I don't think so. Bindle stiffs travel light. They don't carry duffel bags. What's the nearest town to here?
Bullville, about a mile further on.
Well, let's get there. We can phone for a highway patrol car, and they can drive you back and pick up our car.
Right. You gonna check around Bullville?
With a fine-tooth comb. The cotton crop around Bullville was good. Too good. Migratory pickers were jamming the town. I had photos of the dead girl and tried to find somebody who might have seen her.
No, Ranger. Never saw her around the gin here. Town's full up, though. It's possible one of the pickers saw her someplace.
You know anybody who comes in contact with a lot of the pickers?
No. Afraid you have to tackle them crew by crew.
That's what I was trying to avoid.
Yeah. Must be a couple of thousand migratories around.
You mind if I ask your man at the weighing platform to check with the haulers when they bring cotton in for ginning?
No, it's all right with me.
Thanks.
Oh, Ranger,
Yeah?
hold it a second. Just happened to think. There is somebody who gets to see a lot of the pickers.
Who?
A Mexican woman. Name's Old Rosie. Drives a junky old truck around peddling soda pop in the fields.
You know where I can locate her?
Yeah, haulers give you a lift out to the fields, and somebody will steer you out to her.
Everybody knows old Rosie.
Somebody killed that poor girl, huh?
That's right, Rosie. You ever see her?
You find who killed her, you're going to put him in a jail?
That's my job. How about it? You ever seen her around here?
See, one time.
Where?
At the bus station in the town. She was with a man.
You know who the man was?
No, senor.
And why'd you hesitate? Is that the truth?
Why should I tell a lie, senor? I don't know who the man was, but he looked like he was.
She described the man, a vague, stumbling description that might fit anybody. And while she described him, I had a feeling she was lying. A feeling that was strengthened by a faint odor of whiskey coming from the truck. Whatever business Rosie was in, it wasn't limited to the sale of soft drinks. I pretended to swallow her story, then I got a lift back to town where Steve Clark was waiting with our car.
Better hop in, Jace. Just had a call from Austin.
And they checked the earth sample we sent in a jar?
Yeah, blood trace all right. Same type as the victims. They got a line on a few other things, too. The shoes on the dead girl have been traced through the manufacturer to a store in Sheffield. Here, I wrote down the name of the store and the address.
We better get over there and see if we can establish identity.
Yeah, shoes will be waiting at the Sheffield airport. Isn't likely that a shoe clerk is going to remember who he sold them to, though.
I saw the shoes. They've been repaired recently. Whoever fixed them might remember.
Well, that's a chance.
Any information on that duffel bag?
Yeah, lab ties it in with a seaman.
How?
Well, stitches used to sew up the bag are the kind seaman used to mend a torn sail. Chase, you look like that throws you.
It does, a little. I was beginning to have a sneaking suspicion about an old Mexican woman. But she's no seaman.
What made you suspect her?
She said she saw the dead girl with a man. She gave me kind of a phony description. Not only that, but she's supposed to be selling soft drinks to the field hands from an old truck. It reeked of liquor.
Oh, bootlegging, huh? Hey, that could mean something.
What?
Well, a report from Austin mentioned liquor stains on that duffel bag. Naturally, they just figured that a bottle had been broken in the bag at one time or another, but...
Yeah, but it could be something else, too.
Yeah?
That bag might have been used for hauling moonshine. Stop the car.
Hey, Jace, what's the matter?
Slide out. I'm going to Sheffield alone. You stay here.
Okay, Jace. What do you want me to work on?
Tail old Rosie, the Mexican woman, while I'm gone. Check on any special contacts she makes. Whoever she sees, find out who they are. See if you can run down any who've worked as seamen. I burned up the road to Sheffield. The clerk who'd sold the shoes couldn't help, but I got the information I was after in a repair shop.
Sure, I fix it is, all right? Look, here's who I sewed the broken strap, you see? I remember because of something else, they thought I never get paid for the job.
Whose shoes are they?
Mrs. Watson. She's living 2 blocks up at Brownwood House.
Mrs. Watson, huh? Is her husband around?
Oh, no. It's a go away a month ago. That's why she got no money for pay for the shoes. I know you bother her. She lived with her mother and her little baby's a 1-year-old.
Any idea where her husband went?
Oh, no. Sometimes she says to go away for work or someplace with the cotton, sometimes to Galveston to work for the boats.
Oh, you've been a sailor, huh?
Sailor, everything. Whatever he is, he's no send the money. Last week she come in. She says she's going to meet him and she's going to pay me when she's come back. But she's not come back. Hey, just a minute. Why you asking me all this thing, eh? And how come you got the shoes?
Because Mrs. Watson doesn't need them anymore. She's dead.
You are listening to Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McCrea as Ranger Jace Pearson. We continue now with tonight's case, Deadhead Freight, an authentic story from the files of the Texas Rangers.
It wasn't the kind of news you enjoy breaking to a dead girl's mother, and the girl's baby crying in the next room didn't help it any.
See, they'd split up about a month ago. And then last week, her husband wrote to her from Bowville. He said he was sorry and he wanted my daughter Helen to come to me. I thought she was there with him.
Looks like she was for a while.
Oh, he promised Helen everything in the letter. Said he had a lot of money for her and their baby. He was never any good. And now the baby's left to me and I'm just too old.
I'm sorry, ma'am. Can you give me your son-in-law's full name and his description?
But Watson is his name. They call him Bud.
Herbert Bud Watson. About how tall would you say he was? Yeah, you better pull yourself together, ma'am. Somebody's at the door.
I'll call out the wind and send him away. I don't want to see anybody now.
What is it, ma'am? What's the matter?
Oh, somebody! Open the door!
It's him. My son-in-law, Bud.
All right, ma'am. Open the door and let him in. Go ahead.
Well, what took you so long? Where's Helen?
You know where she is. What did you do to her? What did you do to my girl?
Are you crazy? What's the matter?
Let him go, ma'am, and stand back.
What? Ranger, what?
Get your hands up and turn around.
You killed her. And you got the gall to come here with your own baby crying.
Ranger, what is this? Kill who? Helen. Where's Helen? Where is she?
Don't you know, Watson? Or did you think she'd never be identified?
Helen's been murdered? Oh, no. No.
You did it. You did it.
No, Mom. No, I gave her money. Told her to come back home and I'd meet her here today. We was going to take the kid and make a fresh start.
How much money did you give your wife?
$1,000.
That's a lot. Where'd you get it? Come on.
I was bootlegging to the pickers.
How long you been getting away with that?
Started it last season.
Did old Rosie sell any of this stuff for you?
How did you know about that?
I didn't for sure until now. Come on. We're going back to your place of business in Boleville.
Hi, Jace.
Steve?
And I got your message to meet you here. Rosie's over there. Want to get her off the truck?
Yeah, she can talk from there. Come on. You too, Watson.
Okay.
Bud Watson, murdered girl's husband. Been bootlegging here. Rosie's been moving some of the stuff for him.
Oh?
Why you keep me from my work, senor?
Your work isn't as legal as it could be, Rosie, so sit tight. Yeah, you ever seen this man before?
You know she's seen me before.
They didn't ask you. How about it, Rosie?
Si.
All right, Rosie. Now, is he the same man you saw at the bus depot with the girl whose picture I showed you?
Si. He's the man.
At the bus depot? But that ain't so. I was never with Helen at the bus depot.
You didn't meet her when she came down here?
No, I tell you. I didn't know what bus she was coming in on. Or even if she would come after she got my letter. First I saw her, she turned up here at the shack.
Well, how about when she left to go home?
She only stayed 2-3 hours all told. Let her go back to the bus depot alone because, well, it was getting dark. Near time for the pickers to be coming there to buy drinks.
You hear that, Rosie?
Yeah.
That means one of you is lying.
Rosie, tell the truth, senor.
You don't always tell the truth, Rosie. The first time I asked you about the man you saw, you said he was a stranger, a man you'd never seen before.
I forget, senor. I see a lot of people every day in the fields.
You trying to kid me? You've been selling liquor for this man. You couldn't mistake him for a stranger.
But I do, senor. I make mistake. You wanted help, I give you help. Rosie tell you all she knows, that's all.
Now it was obvious that Rosie was lying, just as I'd suspected her of lying the first time. There had to be a reason for it. We took Bud Watson into Boleville jail, then went back to search his shack.
I can't figure something, Jace. Why won't Watson admit it if he was at the bus station with his wife? That wouldn't hurt him.
No, it wouldn't. That's why I think he's telling the truth.
And then Rosie must be covering up for something.
Covering up for somebody's a better guess.
She might have done it herself.
No, I don't think so. She's too old to cart a body across the country to the railroad.
Well, then you figure she really did see Mrs. Watson at the bus depot with a man, huh?
Yeah. The man who killed her to get the $1,000 Bud Watson had given her.
Well, then what's Rosie's angle in lying to us?
Well, that's an easy one, Steve. Shakedown.
Hey, Jace, you're right. Couldn't be anything else. Why, it'd be worth the cut for her to forget seeing the man and say it was Watson instead. Only one thing wrong with it.
What?
Well, I watched her while you were gone. She didn't make any suspicious contacts, nothing that could have been a payoff.
She might have gotten her payoff right after I showed her the Watson girl's picture and told her she'd been murdered. That was before you started to tail her.
Yeah, I didn't think of that. She had time. Well, we combed this shack, Jace. Nothing here. What do we do now?
Go back to tailing Rosie again? If she squeezed hush money out of the man once, she's liable to try it again. They all do. We'll start by watching her house when she comes in from the fields tonight. We staked out near Rosie's adobe hut, but it got dark and she didn't come in from the fields. I left Steve on watch and went out to look for her, keeping an eye out for her old truck. I found it about 5 miles out, surrounded by a group of men carrying torches. Hey, what's going on here?
Ranger! Rosie! You better come!
Yeah, what happened?
We was walking into town. We saw the truck here by the side of the road, thought maybe it broke down, so we started to call for old Rosie. Then one of the boys spotted the blood on the ground.
What blood?
I'll show you over here. Must be old Rosie's, I reckon, because we found her over here in the cotton row. She's dead, Ranger. Somebody cut her throat from ear to ear.
Old Rosie had tried to shake down a killer once too often, with the usual payoff. I sent a rush call to Steve Clark to tow his horse out and join me. We followed a trail which led to a deserted picker shack way off in a field that looked like it hadn't been cultivated for years. The shack had been occupied, though, recently occupied. But whoever had been there was gone. There's a lamp there, Steve. Light it.
Yeah. It's clean as a whistle, Jay.
Yeah, it's too clean. That floor's been scrubbed mighty hard for a shack like this.
It sure has. Especially for a place nobody's living in. Must have been cleaning up blood.
Yeah. And there are 2 other things.
What's that?
Whoever was hiding here was mighty handy with a knife. Look at the inside of the door, circle drawn on the wood. Wood chipped where somebody practiced throwing a knife at it.
Yeah, good aim. All the marks are right smack inside the circle. Now, what else?
Take a look at the lamp you just lit. The cord it's hanging by.
It's just an ordinary hunk of rope.
Except for the knot holding the lamp, a running bowline. So the light could be raised or lowered toward the table.
A running bowline is a seaman's knot.
Yeah, and that cord is just about big enough to be the draw cord from a duffel bag. Our seaman was here, all right.
Well, it couldn't have been Watson, Jace. He was safe in jail when Rosie was killed.
Yeah. Whoever Rosie saw with Mrs. Watson at the bus depot must have met the girl after she left Watson, after she had the money.
Yeah?
Married woman on her way home to her baby isn't liable to leave a bus depot with a stranger, is she? Chances are it was somebody she knew.
Well, Watson's been a sailor. Think it might have been an old shipmate of his?
Let's go see if he remembers one who was handy with a knife.
You say somebody killed old Rosie?
Yeah. The same man who killed your wife. Now think and think hard.
Yeah?
The killer was a seaman. We got reason to think it could be an old shipmate of yours who knew your wife.
But Helen knew shipmates of mine all along the Gulf. I introduced her to lots of them.
The one we want had a habit of throwing a knife.
Hey, he drew targets on his door. Never missed.
Matt Corbett. It was Matt Corbett!
How do you know? Any reason for him to be around here?
Yeah. He was my partner last year. Bootlegging here. Business got bad and he left. I wrote to him months ago asking him to come back for this picking, but he never answered me.
Did Rosie know him?
Sure she did. From last year.
That's it, Clark. Rosie'd seen Corbett with Mrs. Watson. That's why he couldn't run with the money after he'd killed her. He had to wait to see if the body was found and identified.
And when we moved in and she knew about the murder, she really had him pinned down.
He used to be my best friend. A sneaking...
Never mind that now. Where would he run to?
I don't know. He was always roaming, like me.
Hey, you wrote to him someplace, you said. You must have an address.
Yeah. Yeah, it was general delivery at Port O'Connor. There's an old bait shack there. He lived in it whenever he had enough money to stop moving for a while.
He's got enough now. What he got from your wife. Come on, Clark. Let's get him. We headed for Port O'Connor, made it by morning, and found the abandoned bait shack.
Nobody inside, Jace, can see through the window. He isn't here.
Yeah, he's probably traveling by freight to avoid being spotted. He couldn't have beaten us here. We rolled too fast.
Gonna stake it out and wait?
Yeah, our car's out of sight where we left it. He won't spot it coming along the wharf. Come on, let's go inside.
Yeah, looks like Matt Corbett's the man we're after, all right. Same trademarks here we found in that picker shack at Bullville.
Yeah. Knife marks in a circle on the door. Same running bowline holding the lamp. Draw that burlap sack across the window.
That'll make it pretty dark in here, Jace.
You want it dark when you're throwing a surprise party. Steve, wake up.
What?
Shh. Somebody coming along the wharf.
It's dark. What time is it?
A little after midnight.
Steps are coming closer.
Yeah, it must be Corbett. Nothing to bring anybody else this way at this time of night.
He's heading for here, all right.
Yeah. Let him get all the way inside. And remember, he's got that knife, and he's handy with it.
I know.
All right, Corbett. Never mind that lamp.
What did I say?
Yeah, stand clear of the light, Steve.
Can you handle him?
All right, stop your struggling, Corbett.
You stinking...
My arm. You broke my arm. All right, just wrench your shoulder, Corbett.
Keep you from throwing that knife for a while. Come on, get up. Better light the lamp now, Steve.
It's a good thing you jumped him, Jace. I felt that knife passing my ear. Look, buried in that wall a good inch.
Hey, Rangers, I thought you were a couple of crooks. What you doing here?
Just dropped in to arrest you for the murder of Helen Watson and old Rosie up at Bowlville.
It'd be nice if you could prove it. I haven't been near Bowlville.
I think we can prove you were. By marks you left on the door and a few other things. How'd you come back, freight?
Are you kidding?
No, I'm serious. You should have rode Pullman. Get your shoes shined on a Pullman. Would have taken that reddish-brown earth off your shoes. Our lab can match that with Bowlville.
Watch out for that shoulder.
Yeah, that's better, Corbett. Want to cuff him, Jace?
No, I think you'll come quiet. All right, Corbett, let's move.
Herbert Bud Watson served the required term for his bootlegging activities, and Matt Corbett was tried and convicted of murder. The sentence of the court was carried out on February 20th, 1939, when at Huntsville Penitentiary, Matt Corbett died in the electric chair.
And now, here again is the star of our show, Joel McCrea, with another interesting story about the Texas Rangers.
In the early days of Texas, major disturbances were not infrequent. It was a lusty, brawling, growing territory, and as happens in such a territory, there were days when the streets were not safe for the good citizens. An Easterner, happening into a Texas town at such a time, found shelter in the house of a minister. Everything will be all right soon, he was assured. Later that same afternoon, the minister, who'd been looking out the window, said, "Well, friend, the streets are safe now. You may go about your business." The Easterner looked out the window, but all he saw was a lone figure riding casually down the main street on a horse. "What makes you think it's safe for me out there now?" he asked in bewilderment. The minister pointed to the horseman. "Because that feller on the horse is a Texas Ranger," he said. "Only folks that aren't safe in this town now are the ones who started the trouble. And when he finds them, they'll wish they'd been peaceable." Good night, folks. See you next week.
Next week, Joel McCrea in another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Joel McCrea is currently seen starring in the MGM production Stars in My Crown. Tonight's cast included Tony Barrett, Herb Ellis, Tom Holland, Byron Kane, Tom McKee, and Lillian Baia. This story was transcribed and adapted by Joel Murcott, and the program was produced and directed by Stacy Keats. Al Gibney speaking.
Three chimes mean good times on NBC.
Enjoying the timeless classics on Golden Age Radio? If you're loving the nostalgia and captivating stories, consider supporting our channel with a tip. Your generosity helps us continue bringing you the best of vintage radio entertainment. Simply click on the link in the description.
The story you are about to hear is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all king-size cigarettes, brings you Dragnet on both radio and television.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned a homicide detail. A woman is found dying in a vacant lot. Her identity unknown. Your job? Investigate. Compare Fatima with any other king-size cigarette.
Yes, compare Fatima with any other king-size cigarette.
1. Fatima's length filters the smoke 85 millimeters for your protection.
2. Fatima's length cools the smoke for your protection.
3. Fatima's length gives you those extra puffs, 21% longer than standard cigarette size.
Fatima gives you more for your money.
And in king-size Fatima, you get an extra mild and soothing smoke, plus the added protection of Fatima quality. Buy Fatima in the bright, sunny yellow pack.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Thursday, October 16th. It was cloudy in Los Angeles. We were working the night watch out of homicide detail. My partner's Frank Smith. The boss is Captain Lorman. My name's Friday. It was 9:48 p.m. when I got to Georgia Street Receiving Hospital, Dr. Hall's office.
Joe, how are you?
Hi, Doc. How about that case you got in from 7th and Union? How's she doing?
She died about 5 minutes ago.
Oh, fill me in. What do you got on it?
You talked to the radio car officers, ones that handled the call?
Frank's talking to him now out in the lobby. Thought I'd check in with you while he was handling that end.
Not an awful lot to tell you, Joe. Ambulance G2 brought her in from the location. She was alive when they brought her in. Did everything I could for her. Didn't help much. Too far gone.
Yeah, what's it look like?
Chloroform poisoning. Pretty obvious. Probably self-administered. Looks like that anyway. She didn't last long.
It's a little unusual, huh? Chloroform?
Yeah. Under the circumstances, it sure is.
Anything else?
How do you mean?
Well, any probable causes? Any marks on her?
No, a little scratch on her wrist. That's about all.
Where you got her now? Can we look at her?
Yeah, bag number 3. Come on.
All right. Ed Barrett called us, asked us for help. It's a rough night, huh?
Yeah. Traffic went crazy tonight. Dozen cases in the last 2 hours. Couple of homicides, too. Busy night.
You got the weekend coming up, huh?
Yeah, not looking forward to it. Here we go. Over here.
Chloroform sure hangs on, doesn't it? It's sure strong.
Notice the burns around her mouth, the nose, discoloration.
Well, who is she? Any idea?
We got her down as Jane Doe. You're going to have to take it from there. I understand the radio car officers couldn't identify her.
Apparently pretty well off, huh? Nice clothes. Seems to be well kept.
I'd say so. Expensive jewelry there. The rings, wristwatch.
A little strange for a probable suicide, isn't it? Looks like she took good care of herself. Hair all done up, fingernails. About how old would you say?
Not more than 35. Just about that. Here's the chart on her. Time arrival, 9:38 p.m. from southwest corner, 7th and Union, vacant lot. Reason for call, possible drunk woman down. Jane Doe, number 4. Female, Caucasian, approximate age 35. Weight 128 1/4. Height 5'4". Brown hair, hazel eyes. Listed as Nordic descent. Probable suicide. That's it.
Okay, Doc, thanks. I better look up Frank, see what he's got, huh?
Okay. Haven't notified the coroner yet. You fellas want to take care of that?
Yeah, sure, we'll call him. About all we can do unless we find some relatives to notify, huh?
Joe?
Yeah, Frank.
Oh, hi, Doc. How are you?
Frank, looks like you're losing weight.
Yeah, 4 pounds in 2 weeks. Not too bad for me, anyway. What'd you get, Joe?
Chloroform poisoning. Probable suicide. Find out who she is?
I gotta get back to my office. If there's anything I can help you with, come on back.
Right, Doc. Thanks very much.
Okay.
How about it? Any identification?
No, I talked to the fellas that took the call. Unit 182 was routine call. 390W down. They couldn't find out who put the call in. Said they found her in a vacant lot lying over against the side of the building.
Yeah.
They said she looked like she'd been drinking. Then they got a whiff of the chloroform. And they found this empty container by her side. Here.
Yeah. It ties in.
They were careful handling it.
Anything else?
Well, while they're waiting for the ambulance, they talked to some of the people in the neighborhood. They couldn't tell them anything about the woman. The building they found her next to is a vacant store.
No identification on her at all, huh?
No, nothing. No purse or wallet. I checked missing persons. No one of her description reported. Fellows who handled the call said they went over her clothing. No marks of identification.
Better notify Leighton Prince, huh? Maybe they can identify her.
Already called him, Joe. Looks like probable suicide. Sure, a new twist, though. Chloroform route.
Doesn't figure, does it?
What do you think?
I don't know. No violence committed on the body. No indication of robbery. She had a wristwatch on. Rings, too.
Wouldn't figure anyway. Chloroform angle.
Yeah. No other physical evidence out there, huh? I mean, besides the chloroform container?
Nothing else besides a handkerchief. Yeah, a plain white handkerchief, chloroform on it. They found it next to the body. It's the only thing that doesn't fit 100%.
What do you mean?
It's a man's handkerchief.
10:25 p.m. Frank and I took the dead woman's clothing, the handkerchief, and the almost empty container of chloroform and drove back downtown to the office. We dropped off the clothing and the handkerchief at the crime lab to be processed for possible identifying marks. The chloroform container was taken to latent fingerprints for examination. The following morning, the body of the unidentified woman was taken to the county morgue for posting. As soon as the dead woman's prints were made available to us, they were checked through our record bureau and also through the record bureau at the sheriff's office. In addition, they also made a run on her description. They were unable to identify her. We checked with the crime lab, but they couldn't help us either. A detailed examination of the dead woman's clothing failed to yield any leads as to her identity. Latent prints didn't have any better luck with the chloroform container. The only prints they found on it were those of the dead woman. Meantime, the morning papers had picked up the story and given it front-page billing. 11:16 a.m.
How's that again, Doc? Yeah, I see. Mm-hmm. A little unusual, wouldn't you say? Yeah. Okay, we'll pick it up after lunch. Right, goodbye.
Anything?
Yeah, Doc Cephalo at the morgue just finished posting the body.
What'd he say?
The chloroform killed her. They even found traces of it in the stomach.
Huh?
That's right.
It's a weird one, isn't it?
Doesn't leave much doubt. Suicide.
No indication it was anything else, is there? I got it. Homicide, Friday talking. Yes, sir. Yeah? Mitchell? Mm-hmm. That's so. Yeah, sure, be glad to. Yeah, we'll be here. You want to give us your address? Hello? Oh, here we go.
What was it, Joe?
Somebody by the name of James Mitchell. He's on his way down to see us, wants to talk to us about the dead woman.
Yeah?
He says he killed her. 11:50 a.m. While Frank and I waited around for Mitchell to show up, we checked his name through R&I, but we were unable to find anything on him. A few minutes before 1 p.m., a short, blonde-haired man in a blue serge suit entered the squad room and asked for us. He introduced himself as James Mitchell. Frank and I took him to the interrogation room where we started to question him. He told us he was a steel worker by trade, currently unemployed. He said he was originally from Alabama, that he'd been in California for approximately 2 years. After that, he lapsed into silence. We tried to question him about the dead woman, but we made little headway. The only admission we could get from him was that he killed the woman. Outside of that, he refused to say anything.
Now, how about it, Mitchell? What's the trouble? You called us, volunteered a confession. You said you killed the woman. You wanted to tell us a story. Now, why don't you answer our questions?
Jim, how about it? Aren't you feeling well? Want us to call a doctor? Jim?
You're not giving us much of an out, mister. You volunteered to make yourself a suspect in this thing. You say you killed the woman. Now, why don't you answer the questions?
We can't keep this up forever. You ought to know that. You haven't answered a question in almost an hour now. Look, if you're not going to talk, Jim, there's only one thing we can do. We're going to have to book you.
Mitchell? Is that what you want?
Go ahead and book me. I killed her. Go on, book me.
Well, why can't you tell us the story? Now, you admit you killed the woman. Why won't you tell us about it?
Why should I? I killed her. That's all you have to know.
You said on the phone you'd tell us the whole story, didn't you? Now, what made you change your mind?
You got the story. I killed her. All there is to it.
You know better than that, Mitchell. You know the woman very well?
No, not very well.
What was her name?
Mary.
Mary what?
Mary, that's all. I met her in a bar. I didn't know her well. I killed her. That's all you got to know. I had to.
Why'd you have to, Jim?
I don't have to tell you. I had a reason. Good reason.
Robbery?
I don't have to say.
You have a fight with her? Lover's quarrel?
Maybe. What's the difference?
Well, this bar where you met Mary, that in downtown L.A., was it?
Yeah, it's downtown. She had it coming. I'm glad I did it.
Not worth much, huh?
She was when I met her.
Well, what happened? She go off the deep end?
Guess so. What's the difference? She's dead.
But why'd you turn yourself in, Jim? Figure you couldn't beat it?
Maybe.
How do you mean?
I could have stayed out of your way if I wanted to. For a while, anyway. I didn't want to.
Why not, Jim?
Good reason. I'm glad I killed her. She had it coming. Now go ahead and do what you want. I know what the rap is. I'll pay for it.
Well, if you're willing to take the rap, Jim, why not tell us the whole story, huh?
You got the story. I killed her. That's all you need.
Don't you want to brief us in on the details? How it happened, how it came about? Might be extenuating circumstances. You can't tell.
Well, how you mean?
Different things that might throw a new slant on the case. Court's not going to hand down a decision until they get the whole story.
You mean about Mary? I'll never tell them about her. Lousy things she did to me. Never tell anybody about it.
Must have been pretty bad, huh? I mean, the way you took it out on her.
She was rotten. All the way through. I had to kill her.
Well, what happened with the chloroform, Jim? Didn't it work fast enough for you?
Chloroform?
Yeah, huh? Didn't it react on her fast enough for you?
No, it didn't. I hated her.
Yeah, I guess you did. Must have had quite a scrap with her. Struggled quite a bit, didn't you?
Yeah, she fought me all the way. I got her, though. I hated her. Out of my mind, I hated her so much.
Well, we've been trying to figure it out, Jim. What'd you hit her with? I mean, around the head and on the neck. What'd you use? Piece of metal?
Yeah, angle iron. Kind of lost my head. I kept beating her. She tried to scream, but I had my hand over her mouth, and then she fell down. She didn't make a sound after that.
I see. Well, how come you took her jewelry? I mean, if you just wanted to kill her, how is it you took all her valuables, too? Jim?
How about it, Mitchell?
Well, I don't know. Spur of the moment, I guess. I took them, but I didn't keep them. I threw them away. I don't remember where. I'm glad it's over.
All right, Jim. Now, what's this all about? You didn't kill that woman. You know that as well as we do.
Well, what are you talking about? Of course I killed her. She's dead, ain't she? How many times do I have to admit it?
The woman had one mark in her body, Mitchell, a small scratch on the wrist.
Huh?
Not a single wound on the head, none on the neck either.
Well, I killed her. That's all you got to know, not saying anything else.
All the woman's valuables weren't taken either, Jim. She was found with a couple of rings on her hands, an expensive watch, a bracelet, too. Now, come on, Jim. What's the angle here?
You can't prove I didn't do it. You can't prove that.
I think we can.
Now, why can't you just take my word for it? It's the queerest setup I ever saw. I'm willing to admit I killed her, and you won't believe me. What kind of cops are you, anyway?
What'd you spend last night, Jim? Where were you?
I don't know. I don't remember.
You remember. Now, how about it?
It's the queerest setup I ever saw. Whole town. You wouldn't believe it.
Yeah?
Look, I come here from Alabama. I told you that. I've been here for 22 months. A long time. It's almost 2 years. Queerest town I ever saw. Thousands of people all over. Millions of them. People all around you, all over the place, everywhere you go. I didn't know any of them. Not a one. They didn't know me. 22 months. Couldn't get to know nobody. I still don't. They don't know me either.
Yeah.
Tried to get acquainted. Just seemed I never could. Nobody knew me. Nobody cared. They didn't even know who I was. Well, what kind of town is that? 22 months right here. They don't even know who I am. Nobody knows. Living alone, you just get sick of it. Get sick and tired of it.
That's what brought all this on, huh?
Well, I mean, at least they'll notice me. They'll know I'm here. I killed a woman. They'll know who I am now.
You ever spend any time in a hospital, Mitchell? Institution?
Now, what'd you have to ask that for? Just because I want to know people, want to notice me? That doesn't make me crazy. Can't be alone all the time. You got to have somebody notice you.
Were you ever in an institution, Jim?
Just once, only a couple of months. It wasn't anything. Look, can't you just forget what I said? I mean, I told you I killed a woman. The papers are going to be out pretty soon, pictures and things, probably a big write-up.
Yeah.
Well, can't we let it go at that? I killed her. Just forget the rest?
No, I'm afraid not.
Why not? We'll just make out it's that way. People get to know me anyway. At least they'll know I'm around. I won't be alone.
There's no use worrying, Jim.
Huh?
You won't be alone anymore. 1:38 p.m. We continued to question the self-accused suspect, James Mitchell, and he finally told us that he'd been confined for a period of 18 months in a state mental hospital in Alabama. That had been more than 3 years before. The questioning also left no doubt in our mind that Mitchell had nothing at all to do with the death of the unidentified woman. A sister of Mitchell's living in Alabama was contacted, and she agreed to come out west as soon as possible to look after her brother. In the meantime, he was delivered to the care of psychiatrists at the county hospital. The incident of a man confessing guilt of a crime of which he's wholly innocent certainly wasn't anything new. Like police officers all over the country, all over the world, we've come to accept it as almost a routine part of a criminal investigation. Most of the time, the would-be criminal's suffering with mental trouble. Sometimes it's a thirst for notoriety. In any event, they all have to be checked, every one of them. It means time, trouble, and money. Hours of cautious interrogation. More hours of checking stories that have basis only in the imagination of a sick mind. They slow the investigation, they waste hundreds of man-hours, but like anonymous leads or would-be witnesses, they can't be ignored. It's part of the job. Saturday, October 18th, the newspapers continued to cooperate by giving us front-page space to the story of the unidentified woman.
Joe?
Yeah, how'd you do?
Nothing. Identification wasn't even close. How about Brian and Lopez? What'd they do on that call of theirs?
Well, they're over at the morgue now with a boy, 16-year-old. Kid was pretty wrought up when he came in.
Well, we sure had a parade of them. All last night, all this morning.
Well, it doesn't hurt our chances any. The more, the better.
I suppose so. Not gonna make much headway if we can't identify her. Any answers on the all points we got out on it?
Yeah, 4 of them. They all been checked. Nothing.
Chewing gum, Joe? New kind, tangerine flavor.
No, no thanks.
How about that check of the hospitals around town? Anything show up there yet?
No, not so far. The scar on the woman's leg was from an operation, all right. Doc figures it might not have been done in a hospital, though. It was a minor operation. Could have been done in a doctor's office, maybe.
That'd stop it, sure.
Tough enough checking hospitals for a record of the operation. Next to impossible to check every doctor in town for it.
Well, even then we could miss. Don't know where the woman's from. She could have had the operation done anywhere. I'll get it. Homicide, Friday talking. Yeah, Tom. No. You did? That's so. Yeah, okay, fine. You bet. Thanks, Tom. It was Brian. He and Lope are driving that boy over to Georgia Street, the 16-year-old.
What happened?
Well, they took the boy to the morgue. They showed him the body, asked him if he recognized it.
What's he say?
It's his mother. 2:05 p.m. Frank and I left the office and drove over to Georgia Street Receiving Hospital. The 16-year-old boy who had identified the dead woman as his mother was being treated for shock and hysteria. The youngster had told Brian and Lopez that his name was Arnold Hopkins and that he'd been living with his mother at a Norwood Street address. After he was given a sedative and recovered himself a bit, the boy was driven to the home of his aunt and uncle out near Barnesdale Park. That night, Frank and I called on the boy and found him sufficiently recovered to answer a few questions. He confirmed his identity of the body he'd viewed that afternoon as that of his mother, Mrs. Jeanette Hopkins. He said he was an only child and that his father was dead. He told us his mother had been working for the past 6 years as Coast representative for an Eastern cosmetics firm. We asked him what had happened the night his mother disappeared.
The phone just rang about, when we were finishing dinner. About 8 o'clock, maybe quarter after. Well, when Ma hung up, she said something important come up. She had to go out to see somebody. She said she had to see him right away. She got her coat and left. It's the last time I saw her.
Well, who was she going to see, Arnold? Did she tell you?
No, she didn't. I heard her talking on the phone, though. Heard her say Leo. She said it a couple of times. Leo.
Where was she going to meet this person, Arnold? Did you happen to overhear that?
No, I didn't. I think she said, okay, I'll meet you there, Leo, and she hung up. Then she got her coat, kissed me goodbye, and she went out.
Did she leave on foot or was she driving, you remember?
Oh, on foot. My mother didn't drive.
Who's Leo, so?
Your mother ever talk about him?
Heard her talking to him on the phone a couple of times, that's about all.
Well, do you know where he lives? What he looks like? Can you tell us anything about him at all?
No, sir, nothing. I wouldn't know him if I saw him.
You are listening to Dragnet, authentic stories of your police force in action.
The only way you can prove to yourself that Fatima is the best of all king-size cigarettes is to compare them with the brand you've been smoking.
Yes, compare Fatima with any other king-size cigarette.
1. Fatima's length filters the smoke 85 millimeters for your protection.
2. Fatima's length cools the smoke for your protection.
3. Fatima's length gives you those extra puffs, 21% longer than standard cigarette size.
Your money back plus postage. If you're not convinced, Fatima is better than your present king-size cigarette.
Just return the pack and the unsmoked Fatimas by August 1st, 1952. Fatima, Box 37, New York 1.
More and more of your friends are switching to king-size Fatimas every day.
Compare them yourself tomorrow. Buy Fatima in the bright, sunny yellow pack and enjoy the added protection of Fatima quality.
Saturday, October 18th, 8:30 p.m. Frank Smith and I continued interviewing the dead woman's son, 16-year-old Arnold Hopkins. The big lead pointed in the direction of the man known as Leo, who telephoned Mrs. Hopkins Thursday night, little more than an hour before she died, and made an appointment to meet her. It was a good lead, but it didn't go too far. All the boy could tell us was that the man's name was Leo. He'd heard his mother address a man by that name on the telephone several times, but that was the extent of it. He didn't know Leo's last name. He didn't know where he lived. He had no idea where his mother was to meet the man the night she died. We talked to the boy's aunt and uncle, the dead woman's brother and sister-in-law, but they couldn't help us either. Frank Smith and I obtained a list of all of Mrs. Hopkins' friends and business associates known to the son and the aunt and the uncle. We spent the rest of the weekend checking with them. Most of them gave us pretty much the same story. Mrs. Hopkins was well-liked and well-respected, both in her business and private life. She was devoted to her teenage son. She didn't drink, and socially her behavior was beyond question. She attended church regularly. She was active in several women's clubs engaged in social and religious work. None of the people we talked to could think of any reason that she would want to end her own life. All of them denied any knowledge of the man known as Leo. Monday afternoon, October 20th, Frank and I had another meeting with the victim's son, Arnold Hopkins. We had him check over the personal effects found on the body.
Yes, sir, that's hers. The other ring, too.
How about this bracelet, son?
Yes, sir. She always wore that. My dad gave her to her, I think, when he was alive, I mean. She always wore it.
Now, the wristwatch, 2 rings, the bracelet, and this lapel pin here. This is about it, son?
Yes, sir, I guess so. You have her necklace, too.
How's that?
My mother's necklace. She was wearing it that night. She had it on when she left the house. Didn't you find it?
What kind of necklace is it, son? What's it look like?
Oh, it's made like the bracelet is. That one there. See, the two of them go together. It's a set.
Your mother wear expensive jewelry like that every day, did she?
No, sir. She wore the bracelet quite a bit, not the necklace, though. She only wore that when she was dressed up. I thought about it yesterday. I meant to tell you about it.
What's that, son?
Well, right after she got the phone call that night, when she told me she had to go out.
Yeah?
Well, she went back and got her coat, and then she came in the living room and kissed me goodbye. She had the necklace in her hand.
You sure she took it with her?
Oh, yes, sir, I'm positive. After she kissed me goodbye, she went over to the mirror, and I saw her put the necklace on. She was wearing it when she left. I didn't think much about it till later on. Most of the time, she only wears it when she dresses up. She wasn't very dressed up that night.
Joe? Yeah. Can you describe the necklace for us, son? Exactly what it looks like?
Yes, sir, I think I can.
When you saw your mother with a necklace on, did you think to ask her about it?
Yeah, I did. She said she was wearing it because she wanted to look pretty. She was going to meet a good friend.
Mm-hmm. And she didn't say where?
No, sir. I guess she was wrong, huh? About her necklace, I mean.
No, son. About her friend. Monday, 3:18 p.m. We got a description of the necklace from the Hopkins boy, confirmed it with his aunt and uncle, and then we double-checked it at the jeweler's, where it had been purchased. After that, we contacted the pawn shop detail and burglary division. The necklace and its description was put on the stolen property list, and copies were sent to second-hand jewelry stores and pawn shops throughout the area. We also got out a broadcast and an APB on it. 4:15 the following afternoon, we got a reply from the San Diego Police Department. A pawn shop owner down there had reported taking in the necklace the Friday before, which matched the description of the one we were looking for. The man who pawned the necklace listed his name in the pawn shop's buy book as Raymond Butler. San Diego officers had checked out the home address that he'd given. It was a vacant lot. The necklace was sent back to Los Angeles, where it was identified as Mrs. Hopkins. The description of the man who'd pawned the necklace was forwarded from San Diego together with a photostatic copy of the suspect's signature, and we got out an all-points bulletin on him. 2 days passed. Nothing. Along with Brian and Lopez, we continued checking all public places in the general area where the body of Mrs. Hopkins had been found. You got anything, Frank?
Talked to a man by the name of Wagner, Joe. He told me she used to do a lot of traveling, business trips, most of them to San Diego. Wagner says he heard she had a boyfriend down there, a tall, dark-haired fella. That's all, no name.
I get it. Homicide Friday. What? Oh, yeah, Lopey. Mm-hmm. Where? Checks out, does it? Yeah, that's good. Fine. Okay, thanks, Lopey. Yeah, right away.
Anything, Joe?
Lopez, he and Brian just checked a bar out in the neighborhood where the body was found. They talked to the bartender in the place, showed him the description of the man who pawned the necklace. Bartender says he knows the man.
You sure?
Pretty sure. He told Brian and Lopey that the man's either a boxer or a wrestler, something like that anyway.
You know the man's name, where he lives?
Says his name's Taylor, no home address.
You know his first name?
Yeah, Leo. 1:25 p.m. After interviewing 4 other people who were in the bar the night of Mrs. Hopkins' death, Lopez and Brian checked back in at the office. They told us that at least one of the 4 persons they talked to, in addition to the bartender, was sure that the description of the suspect who pawned the necklace fitted a man known as Leo Taylor, who was in the bar the previous Thursday night. He was seen in the place between 8:30 and 9 p.m., and he was seen with a woman answering Mrs. Hopkins' general description. The bartender had no idea where the man lived, but he seemed fairly certain of the man's name, Leo Taylor, and his occupation, either wrestling or boxing. 5:05 p.m. We made a run on Taylor's name and description through R&I, and we got a make. We checked his handwriting, and that matched out also. He had 1 previous arrest for assault and disorderly conduct. His residence was a West 11th Street address. We checked it out, but he'd moved 6 months before. The landlady had no forwarding address on him, but she told us one of the places he used to frequent was a gym on South Olive down near Olympic. We ran it down.
How about it? All right, come on. Don't get tired of pushing it back. Come on.
I checked with a fellow in the office over there. Joe says the man we once taking a shower back there, locker room.
All right.
Sure.
In here?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Hey, excuse me. Your name Leo Taylor?
How's that?
I said, are you Leo Taylor?
Yeah, that's right. What is it?
Police officers would like to talk to you.
Oh, I'm taking a shower right now. You want to wait a while?
Well, keep, Taylor. We want to talk to you now.
All right.
All right, what's the rush? What's it all about?
I want to talk to you downtown.
What do you want me downtown for?
A routine check. Like to ask you a few questions.
About what?
Jeanette Hopkins.
That's so? What about her?
When's the last time you saw the woman, Taylor?
I don't know. A couple of months ago. At least that. Why?
We can talk about it downtown.
Well, let's talk now. It'll take me a little time to get dressed. What's the pitch?
You know as well as we do.
You want to throw me that shirt, Mac? Thanks. What do you mean I know as well as you do? Know what?
No rush, Leo. We can talk downtown.
I read about it in the papers. It's a terrible thing. I was going to look her up one of these days. It's too bad.
You live in Los Angeles, Taylor?
Yeah, why?
Ever get down to San Diego?
Once in a while, not too often. You don't think I had anything to do with it, do you?
How do you mean, Leo? With what?
I mean, Jeanette, she's dead. You don't think I had a hand in it, do you?
I tell you, I'm on a level with you, Leo. We've been on this thing a week. We've got you placed in San Diego. We've got you placed here. You say you haven't seen Mrs. Hopkins for 2 months. We can do a lot better than that. You were with her in San Diego 2 weeks ago. You were drinking with her in a bar out there last Thursday night. You were with her 20 minutes before she died. We got all we need, Leo.
Got my coat there, Graven?
Check the pockets, Frank.
Yeah.
Gonna take a lot of proof. I guess you know that. Gonna take a lot of it.
We got it.
Better have. Let's see. Keys, wallet, comb. Yeah. Okay, let's go.
No, just a minute, Leo.
Yeah?
Pawn ticket here. You forgot it.
The story you have just heard was true. The names were changed to protect the innocent.
On January 28th, trial was held in Superior Court, Department 89, City and County of Los Angeles, State of California. In a moment, the results of that trial.
Now, here is our star, Jack Webb.
Thank you, George Fenneman. Friends, there's not much I can add to what you've already heard about Fatima's. If you smoke them, I know you'll agree with me that no other king-size cigarette can match Fatima quality. Now, if you haven't tried them yet, prove it to yourself. Buy a pack and give them a try. I wish you would kind of check up on what we've been telling you. Compare Fatima's with any other king-size cigarette. You'll like Fatima's better flavor and aroma. It's extra mild and soothing smoke. And you'll find Fatima gives you more for your money. Yes, sir. In Fatima, the difference is quality. Buy a pack tomorrow. Fatima.
When confronted with the evidence and testimony against him, Leo Francis Taylor broke down and confessed to the murder of Mrs. Jeanette Hopkins. She'd been paying blackmail to Taylor in order to keep their affair secret, but a month before her death, she refused to pay him any more. Taylor threatened her again, and she agreed to give him the necklace as a final payoff. At their meeting, Taylor demanded cash. His victim threatened him with arrest, and he administered the chloroform. Taylor was tried and found guilty of first-degree murder and was sentenced to a life term in the state penitentiary. You have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.H. Parker, Los Angeles Police Department. Technical advisors Captain Jack Donahoe, Sergeant Marty Wynn, Sergeant Vance Brasher. Heard tonight were Herb Ellis, Vic Perrin, Gil Stratton, Jack Crucian. Script by Jim Mosey. Music by Walter Schumann. Hal Gibney speaking.
King-size Fatima, made by the same people who make popular Chesterfield cigarettes, has brought you Dragnet, transcribed from Los Angeles. Each Thursday night, it's Counter Spy on NBC.
Lost in Brazil invites you on an unforgettable journey, where every moment is an adventure waiting to be discovered. Join us as we uncover the soul of Brazil, one incredible experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian odyssey.
Most powerful motor cars on the road today are emergency cars. The police cars that answer your call for help. The fire engines that thunder through crowded streets at top speed. The ambulances that rush to the rescue of injured persons. No city or county tries to economize on the gasoline for these emergency cars. They want the best gasoline that money can buy. And they specify Rio Grande cracked gasoline more than any other brand wherever it is sold. Yet, surprising as it may seem, the cost of Rio Grande cracked gasoline is no higher than ordinary brands that lack the outstanding speed and power of crack. All extra features of greater speed, greater power, faster acceleration are just extra values that Rio Grande gives you. Now, you can use the same gasoline that has powered the emergency cars of Los Angeles, Oakland, Berkeley, Fresno, Merced, San Diego County, and Maricopa County in Arizona, and many, many others. Drive into the independent service station in your neighborhood that features Rio Grande cracked gasoline and Sinclair motor oil. Ask for a tankful of Rio Grande cracked gasoline, and you'll quickly realize the extra value that has made this gasoline so successful. It costs no more to get police car performance in your own car. And now we are privileged to present Chief W.M. Hallinan of Sacramento Police Department, who will speak to you from the new studios of station KFBK in Sacramento. Chief Hallinan.
Good evening. The case you are about to hear tonight, although from the files of my department, is really not my case. It is the case of Ed Cox, sergeant in charge of the narcotic detail of the Sacramento Police Department. This broadcast, in fact, might be considered a tribute to Sergeant Cox, who for more than 20 years have been an exemplary police officer. Sergeant Cox is an internationally recognized authority on narcotic criminology. He adds to his extraordinary zeal as a police officer a true crusading spirit against the drug traffic. For years he has fought it with all the powers legally vested in him, and he goes further than the line of duty, for he carries on an incessant campaign for narcotic control all over the United States, agitating for adequate legislation, campaigning for wider public education to the dangers of narcotics. It is a great pleasure for me to be able publicly to commend Sergeant Cox for his splendid work.
March 14th, 1934. In a dimly lit side street in Sacramento, two shadowy figures meet.
Hello, Chewiers. Buenos noches, Jose. You have the marijuana for me? You have the money? Si. $5. Here. Bueno. Here is your marijuana.
Okay, boys, stick 'em up.
Oh, Dios, senor, what is it?
You're under arrest, Two Ears. We've been watching you for a couple of weeks, waiting until you make a sale. Shake him down, Thomas.
All right. But, senor, I didn't...
Save your breath, Garcia. You know better. We've got you in the act of a sale, and you can't talk your way out of it. Come on, pile in the car here. You better drive, Thomas.
Okay. Senor, if you will permit the question.
Yeah?
This Jose, you do not arrest him?
Jose? I should say not. He works for us. Come on, get in. You get in the front seat with Thomas, Jose.
Okay, Sergeant.
Now, what I want to know, Two Ears, is where did you get that marijuana?
I do not know.
Oh, come on, Two Ears. That's pretty weak. Where did you get it?
From a Mexican fellow.
What was his name?
I do not know.
Oh, yes, you do.
Believe me, senor, I do not know a Mexican fellow's name.
What did he look like?
He looked like any other Mexican fellow.
Now, listen, Two Ears, quit the stalling.
Well, he was like any other Mexican fellow, except he had warts on his hands.
May 10th, 1934. Sergeant Cox and his partner, Detective W.A. Thomas, working day and night to stem the rapidly rising flow of marijuana cigarettes into Sacramento, raid a rooming house near the river.
Get away from that gun. These cops will keep any funny ideas out of your head.
But, senor, what have I done? Who are you?
You know both answers.
Looks like he's got enough marijuana here to make a couple of 1,000 cigarettes, Ed.
Yeah. What's your name?
Joe Ramirez.
Where did you get this marijuana?
I cannot say.
You'd better say.
I would be killed, and besides, I do not know.
What do you mean you don't know?
I do not know.
You married?
See?
You got any kids?
See? Two.
Gonna be tough on them when we put you away for a nice long sleep up in Quentin. Where are they gonna live on?
Ay, ¿quién sabe?
Well, if you're smart, you'll help us out. Where did you get this marijuana?
Mexican fellow.
What Mexican fellow?
I do not know.
What was his name?
Only name I know is Mexican Jim.
Mexican Jim, eh? What does he look like?
I tell they kill me. I cannot tell you.
They can't kill you up in Quentin, and that's where you're going. Now, what did this Mexican Jim look like?
Well, he had warts on his hands.
You hear that, Thomas?
Yeah.
Our man with the warts on his hand is named Mexican Jim. Well, where did he get the stuff, Ramirez?
I do not know. But I heard he has the biggest marijuana field in the world.
The biggest marijuana field in the world, huh? Where? Where is it?
¿Quién sabe?
You'd better tell us, Ramirez.
Por favor, senor, I do not know. It is in California someplace. That is all I heard.
But where? There are 58 counties in California.
I am sorry, senor. I do not know anymore.
For 3 months, the two officers question every suspect regarding the marijuana field owned by Mexican Jim, the man with warts on his hands. But no one can or will tell where it is. And then, following a raid in August, Jose, the squad's undercover man, excitedly reports to Cox.
Yeah, Jose, what's on your mind?
Listen, Sergeant. You know that Estrada we brought in on that raid this morning?
Yeah?
I heard him say in Spanish while we were bringing him over. He said, Mexican Jim over in Yolo had better get that 500 pounds to LA before Cox catches him and grabs his field.
Mexican Jim. Yolo. Grab his field. You hear that, Thomas?
Yeah.
That's the break we've been looking for.
Not much of a break. Must be several hundred ranches in Yolo County. Several hundred ranches in Yolo County.
That's okay. We'll visit them all.
How? Waltz in and ask them if they're growing any marijuana?
Of course not. We've got to figure some legitimate excuse to get onto the ranches.
Well, hey, how about posing as inspectors from the Department of Agriculture?
Plant inspectors, eh?
Yeah.
No, that's no good. We'd get to see the foreman or the owners of the ranches, but that isn't enough.
What do you mean?
Well, maybe our Mexican Jim is working on one of these ranches as a laborer, growing his marijuana on some unused acreage of his boss. That's possible. The boss might never get wise. It only takes marijuana 90 days to mature. It looks like a weed when it's growing.
Yeah, that's right.
You see, we've got to figure out some kind of a gag that'll get us among the Mexican ranch hands. Jose.
Hey, Sergeant.
You worked on some of the ranches around here. You got any ideas how we could get close to the ranch hands?
Well, we might sell them something, Sergeant.
Sell them something? Oh, of course. Jose, you'll go far in this policing business.
Gracias, senor.
Sell them something. What will we sell them?
Well, they buy a lot of gin.
That'd be a nice story. Narcotic officers sell liquor to ranch hands. Might as well go out peddling them reefers.
Well, how about books or magazines?
No, not enough of them can read. We've got to have a line of goods that will interest them. Interest them. I've got it. Suits.
Suits?
Sure. These boys go for flashy clothes. We'll get some samples and some order blanks and go into the clothing business.
Well, that sounds reasonable.
Sure. And it'll get us close enough to them to watch for warts on the hands. After all, that's our only clue.
What do you think, Jose? Will the Mexicans be interested in flashy clothes? Sure they will. But they must not be too expensive. These poor fellows, they have not much money.
Don't worry. We'll get a cheap enough line of goods. And you're going to help me pick it out.
Gracias, senor.
And then you're going along with us to act as interpreter. We may need you, Jose.
The next day, equipped with books of swatches, tape measure, and designs, the two officers and their Mexican assistant begin a systematic canvass of the ranches of Yolo County. Day after weary day, they pursue their adopted profession, selling suit after suit, but never managing to meet with a Mexican with warts on his hands. And then, after they have visited nearly 40 ranches, with discouragement has often tempted them to give up their chaotic search, they call upon a ranch not 10 miles from Sacramento. The big Italian who owns the place meets them on the porch of the ranch house.
What did I get, Thomas?
Oh, how do you do? We represent the Western Haberdashery Company, Incorporated. We'd like to interest you in a suit of clothes.
Not to me.
Here, just take a look at our line of samples. The latest thing right from New York.
No, you can't sell me no clothes. I've been wearing this suit for 10 years.
Well, how about the men on the place here? Mind if we show our line to your hands?
Well, to tell you the truth, there ain't nobody working for me now.
Oh, I thought I noticed a Mexican down by the barn when we drove in.
Oh, him? Well, he don't work for me. He's working part of the ranch, you know. He's got the 45 acres on the lease.
Think he might be interested in a suit of clothes?
I don't know. I won't hurt to ask him. Hey, where you at? Yeah? Come over here. Come, my brother. I want to talk to you. Okay. He's a fella selling suits. You'll have to look at him.
Sure, I don't care. Maybe I need a new suit of clothes.
This is Mr. Pena. And, I didn't catch you. What is the name?
Mine's Edwards. This is Mr. Smith and Mr. Valentino.
How do you do? Red Noir. Well, let's see these suits you're selling.
Yes, get out the samples, Valentino.
Right away.
Thomas, did you see that? He has warts on his hands.
Yeah, I noticed it.
Here are the samples.
Now, Mr. Pena, this is a very popular number. Blue serge is just what they're wearing in New York.
I don't like that. How about these one here, these striped stuff?
An excellent choice. Just look at the models we're showing. Say, you'd look like a fashion plate in this double-breasted model, Mr. Pena.
Yeah, I kind of like that. How much it cost to make me a suit like that?
Well, we can fix you up with this model for $40.
$40? What do you think I am?
Oh, of course, we have some others almost as good for as low as $25.
I guess we can't do any business then.
Well, the quality's the very best for the money.
Listen, my friend, I'm not one who pays $40 for a suit of clothes. When I buy clothes, I buy the best. I expect to pay $100 or more for a suit.
Oh, I didn't understand you at first.
This stuff is too cheap for me. I don't buy junk like these peons wear. Come around sometime when you got some good stuff.
Now, just a minute, Mr. Pena. My friend Valentino here has some very fine samples up in Sacramento. You know, it's a pity you didn't bring them along today, isn't it, Valentino?
Huh? What?
Well, those custom-built suits, that $100 line you're representing.
Oh, yeah. I should have brought them.
Yes. You see, we didn't expect to encounter a man of your taste, Mr. Pena.
Yeah, there ain't many of them around here.
But if you could give Valentino an appointment, I'm sure that you'll be pleased with his line.
Okay.
Where shall we say?
I'll be up in Sacramento on Sunday. Want to meet me then?
Where?
At Valdez Restaurant. You know the place?
Oh, yes, I know it. I will meet you this Sunday, say, at 3 o'clock.
Yeah, that'll be okay. Adios, gentlemen.
So long.
Goodbye, boy.
Hey, you nearly had us with that $100 line.
Yeah, well, I'll bet that's our guy. Warts on the hands, and he's leasing 45 acres from that Italian.
Tell me, where am I to get samples of $100 suits?
We'll find them someplace. But that isn't all you'll have for him Sunday.
No? What else? Are you going to arrest him?
No, not yet. But you will have a problem that you will have to ask this guy's advice about.
Cox instructs Jose to write himself a letter, which is then sent to the San Francisco police for mailing so that it will bear a San Francisco postmark. On Sunday, after Jose and Pena have discussed suits for some time, Jose brings up this pressing problem contained in his letter.
I have a problem on my hands. Perhaps you can help me solve it.
What is it?
I have a letter from a dear friend of mine in San Francisco. I don't know what to do about it.
What does the letter say?
Here, I will read it to you. It says, my good friend Valentino, do something for me.
while you are visiting ranches in the Sacramento Valley, selling sewers to Mexicans, please keep your eyes and ears open for a good buy of marijuana.
Marijuana, huh?
Say, I can handle 500 pounds of first-grade merchandise, and I will pay you a nice commission if you can buy it for me at a reasonable price. I understand there are some wonderful fields in the Sacramento and San Joaquin valleys. You might try around Modesto.
Modesto?
Say, I hear there is a fellow down there who has some fine stuff. With the demand I have from the Alaska fishing boats and the canneries and packers, as well as my San Francisco trade, I feel inclined to invest in 500 pounds. But I think the price is going up.
The price is going up.
Make a good deal for me, and I will reward you. Your old friend, Fernando Martinez. You see, Pena, I don't know anything about marijuana. I've got too much to do myself. I can't go all the way down to Modesto to look for marijuana for Fernando. Still, I don't want to disappoint him. He's a very old friend of mine.
You will not have to disappoint him. Valentino, I can supply him with 10,000 pounds of marijuana if necessary, and I will only charge him $5 a pound for it.
What? I am indeed fortunate to have met you. You have 10,000 pounds of marijuana on that ranch?
No, he's not on the ranch. It's more than 50 miles from Sacramento. This marijuana has never been on that ranch. I have stored it in other places.
And when can I get these 500 pounds from my friend?
It will take at least a week before I can deliver it. He's not fully mature yet.
Still, I can tell my friend Fernando that I can get the marijuana for him, huh?
You can't tell him that.
My good friend, Pena, you don't know how happy you make me. Oh, yes, Sergeant. Another thing. He's known to all the people around Valdez as Mexican Jim.
He's our man, all right. But he was lying to you.
What do you mean, Ed?
Well, he said the marijuana was stored 50 miles from town. Then he said that it would not be fully matured for a week. Marijuana can't be stored until it's fully matured.
Hey, that's right.
My hunch is that he gave Jose the runaround because the marijuana is on that ranch.
I believe you're right, Ed. Yeah, and you remember that Italian told us Pena, or Mexican Jim, or whatever his name is leasing 45 acres. That's probably where the field's located.
Then we've got to find the field, first of all.
Yeah, and we can't go nosing around there in the daytime.
I don't intend to. We're going down there tonight. Oh, and wear some old clothes, Thomas. There's no telling what we may run into.
That night, a couple of hours before midnight, Cox and Thomas leave their car parked a mile from the ranch and start their investigation of the Italian's land. It's pretty hard going, for they dare not use a light.
Can you tell what this stuff is growing in this field?
Yeah, it looks like lettuce, but it's hard to tell with no light.
Yeah, we'll cut into the next field then.
Yeah. Moon's rising.
Yeah. When it does, we'll have to scram out of here. What's the matter?
Down there fell into that irrigation ditch.
Yeah, it woke up all the dogs in the county.
Well, I can't help it.
I'll fix that.
Hey, what are you throwing?
Some hunks of meat I brought along. It'll keep them occupied.
Looks like tomatoes in this field.
Yeah. That's corn on the other side there. You can tell by the height.
Oh, wait a minute, Ed.
Huh?
Look at those leaves catching the moonlight. All silver.
Yeah. And they're quivering. There's no wind blowing.
That's the marijuana field. Look, he's planted corn around the edges to fake it. Looks as though the marijuana's outgrown the corn.
Yeah. Well, we know where the field is now. We'd better get out of here before somebody sees us.
Yeah. Well, it looks like we've got our friend Mexican Jim right where we want him, huh?
No, not yet. He could beat this evidence in court. Claim that he didn't know what was growing on his land. After all, marijuana's a weed. He could claim it just happened to grow there.
Well, if we can't let him get away with this...
Don't worry, we won't. Tomorrow morning, we'll give Jose another job to do.
Well, okay, let's get out of here, then.
Just a minute.
Hey, what are you doing?
Collecting a few leaves for souvenirs. I want to make a chemical analysis of this stuff.
You set for me, Sergeant?
Yes, Jose. I want you to go out and see your friend Mexican Jim.
Yes?
Yeah. We located his field last night, and the chemist reports that the samples we brought in are marijuana, all right. But we don't want any slip-ups. So here's $50. I want you to buy some marijuana from him. Then we'll have him for possession and sale.
I understand.
Tell him that your friend in San Francisco wants to buy 10 pounds to sample it before he ties up a lot of money and 500 pounds. You fall for it.
Okay.
Report back to me as soon as you've made the arrangements.
Yes, sir.
Jose interviews Mexican Jim at his ranch, and the deal's set. He returns to headquarters and reports to Sergeant Cox and Detective Thomas.
Everything is arranged, Sergeant.
When will they make delivery?
He told me to be outside a hamburger joint in Dixon at 1 o'clock in the morning, and he would bring the marijuana to me.
Dixon. That's 15 miles from the ranch, isn't it, Thomas?
Yeah, just about.
That guy Pena's too smart to deliver the stuff himself. He'll probably hide it somewhere between the ranch and Dixon, so there's no chance of being caught in the act of actual sale.
Yeah, I wouldn't be the least bit surprised.
Well, just to make sure, Thomas, you and I'll go out to his ranch as soon as it gets dark. And, Jose, you go to Dixon and wait for him. But the chances are he won't meet you. The chances are he'll be in jail by 1 o'clock in the morning.
Shortly after sundown that night, Cox and Thomas pulled their car off the road into the little lane leading to the ranch house. A tense couple of hours pass, and then they hear an automobile start from the ranch.
Okay, Thomas. Roll it across the road. I'll stay back here where he can't recognize me.
Hey, what's the idea of blocking the road? This is private property.
I'm awfully sorry, brother, but the car broke down. I wonder if you could give us a hand to push it out of the way, huh?
Well, okay. Go on, Joe. All right, twist pushing.
All right, boys, up with your hands.
What is it? Is it a hijack?
No, an arrest. Thomas, slap the bracelets on these two.
Arrest? For what?
Suspicion of possession of narcotics at the moment.
Say, haven't I seen you before?
Yeah. I tried to sell you a suit. Now I'm going to buy you one. A gray one with a number on it. Here's what we're looking for, Thomas. A 10-pound can of marijuana.
Pena and his lieutenant, an Italian named Joe Saldi, are placed in jail. And the following morning, Cox and Thomas return to the field to view their capture for the first time in daylight. With them is the professor from the California College of Agriculture.
Well, what do you think of it, Professor?
I wouldn't have believed it. It's the most scientifically grown field of anything I've ever seen. Observe the care with which the soil has been treated, and the careful irrigation.
Yes, apparently his intention was to mask the marijuana with those rows of corn on the outside.
As you see, he failed because the marijuana grew too high. And no wonder, with the care it has been given.
What would you estimate the size of the field to be?
Oh, about 5 acres.
5 acres? Do you hear that, Thomas?
Yeah.
Do you realize then, Professor, that this constitutes the biggest marijuana seizure in the history of narcotic enforcement?
Indeed.
Yes, sir. There's never been anything like it before. Enough marijuana for 4 million cigarettes.
It's a great pity that the man who grew this couldn't have applied his talents to legal agriculture. What a scientific farmer he would have been.
Yeah, Professor. The world would be a better place if a lot of smart crooks were spending their time figuring how to help people instead of how to harm them.
The Davis marijuana field constitutes such a vast seizure that it is impossible to transport it. Under careful guard, the narcotic is cut down and then burned before it has time to mature. And in the meantime, Cox interviews his prisoner in the Sacramento jail.
Well, Pena, looks pretty tough for you.
What do you mean, tough for me? You haven't got anything on me?
Oh, yes, we have. Plenty.
What?
Well, that field of yours.
That ain't my field.
You leased it from that Italian?
I was growing corn and lettuce and stuff.
Well, how do you explain the marijuana?
I don't know nothing about it. Loco weed grows wild.
Not this loco weed. This was planted, irrigated, and raised. And believe me, Pena, it's a beautiful job.
I don't know what you mean.
Oh, now listen, man. We've got a half a dozen peddlers we already put away who'll testify that you furnished them with marijuana.
If they do, it'll be too bad.
Be careful, Pena. I might use that against you.
Huh?
Then there's that 10-pound can of marijuana we found in your cart last night. How do you explain that?
It belonged to Soldi.
Now, Pena, you wouldn't think on a pal, would you? That suit salesman, Valentino, he's working for us, you know. And he'll testify about your willingness to take an order for 500 pounds.
Okay. I guess you got me all right.
Yes, we sure have.
Well, what do you want to know?
Well, Just off the record, I'd like to know how you ever come to play such a long chance.
Because I'm a gambler, I guess. I like to live good.
Yeah, like to pay $100 for your clothes, for instance, huh?
Yeah, that's part of it. I figured if I went on farming all my life, I'd never clean up. And here was a long shot to play, a chance of getting it all at once. It cost me 28 cents a pound to raise that marijuana, and I would have sold it at $5 a pound. That's profit.
Yeah, but you didn't sell it at $5 a pound. All you got out of it is a trip to San Quentin.
That's the chance I took, and I lost.
Well, didn't the responsibility ever occur to you?
What responsibility?
Well, let's say, for instance, somebody who smoked a couple of cigarettes made from your marijuana might have gone out and killed somebody. In a way, you would have then been responsible for that murder. That is, ethically, if not legally.
I don't look at things like that. I figure that a man who's fool enough to smoke marijuana will get into trouble anyway.
Oh, then you don't smoke it.
Not me. I'm too smart.
Julio Pena, alias Mexican Jim, was smart. A decidedly superior man. But he wasn't smart enough to see the futility of the gamble that he tried to get away with. He lost to the tune of 6 years in San Quentin, and his partner, Soldi, was deported to Italy. Sergeant Cox received the congratulations of narcotic enforcement agencies all over the world for the excellent work which resulted in the seizure and destruction of the largest field of scientifically grown marijuana ever attempted. How would you like to ride in a police car? Rio Grande offers you all the thrills and speeds of police car performance in your own car when you use Rio Grande cracked gasoline. The same gasoline that powers more emergency cars than any other brand. You'll be driving faster and further this summer, and you don't want to keep stopping to add an extra quart of oil. Fill up once with Sinclair Motor Oil, sold by all Rio Grande dealers. You'll find that you can use a lighter grade of oil and have it last longer, because Sinclair Motor Oil is refined until all impurities and non-lubricating substances are removed. It doesn't burn up like most motor oils, and you'll actually get more miles for your money with Sinclair. At any Rio Grande station, you can get a free copy of Calling All Cars News that tells you all about these radio programs and also illustrates the complete junior detective outfit that Rio Grande gives away free to all boys and girls.
Sacramento Police calling all cars, attention all cars, a cancellation broadcast 135 regarding marijuana peddlers' activities. The source of supply has now been destroyed. That's all.
Gary Breckner bidding you good night for the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Enjoying the timeless classics on Golden Age Radio? If you're loving the nostalgia and captivating stories, consider supporting our channel with a tip. Your generosity helps us continue bringing you the best of vintage radio entertainment. Simply click on the link in the description.
How do you do? This is Clive Brooks. How many poems, books, comedies, and dramas have been written on the theme of two men and a woman? The eternal triangle. Thousands and thousands, I suppose. For the moment, I can't think of many of the other variety, two women and one man. Doubtless they exist, we just don't hear of them. The methods of the fair sex are far more subtle. For instance, I never heard of two women fighting a duel to the death for a man. But the methods of the fair sex are just as lethal. The case under discussion, however, is one of the first varieties, the common or garden variety. Two men and a woman. A married couple, Mr. and Mrs. Frank Smith, and the other man, John Derham. Now, what usually happens in this type of triangle? A divorce. That's right. Generally. But sometimes the husband just won't let go, and then, well, let me tell you the story of these three very ordinary people, the Smiths. The Smiths and John Derham. Because these three were free from the quirks and oddities usually associated with characters in a drama, yes, a murder, you may find it difficult to say who tried to kill whom. Even the judge himself expressed a doubt. Oh, yes, by the way, one of the protagonists did have a slightly distinguishing habit, a quirk or an oddity, you might say. He generally wore a sprig of white heather in his buttonhole, for luck. Whether it was effective, you can judge for yourself when you've heard this week's Facebook history, One Man, Too Many. Alfonso Francis Austin Smith, thanks to his friends, was the grandson of a Canadian millionaire. Educated at Eton and Cambridge, Frank came into a lot of money when he was 21. When the 1914 war broke out, he joined the Dragoon Guards and served his country with distinction. After the war, he settled down to enjoy his fortune. He married an extremely attractive young woman called Kathleen, and by her had 3 children. He made his home at a cottage near Whitstable, a seaside town on the east coast of England. The cottage was called Stella Maris. So far, you'll admit a very nice, normal picture. Well, perhaps we don't all have millionaires for grandfathers. It was in 1926 at a London club that Frank met John Derham, a young man of good background and similar education. It was Smith who opened the conversation.
Excuse me. Do you think you could pass me that copy of Punk? Certainly. Rather a good number this week. I say, haven't we met before somewhere? I don't know. Have we? Were you in the Irish Guard? No, Dragoons. Ah. My name's Smith. Really? I know. Everyone tells me how unusual it is. Mine's Derham, John Derham. Perhaps you were at Cambridge. What college? Trinity. Ah, no, King's. What about before that? Eton. Good man, so was I. We've probably met at an old boy's dinner. I say, extraordinary coincidence, what? What do you say to a drink on that? On me. Excellent idea. I say, waiter.
Two men very quickly became friends. Whenever Frank Smith came up to London, he would meet John Derham for lunch or dinner and perhaps a show. And as wives generally do, Kathleen Smith wanted her husband to bring his friend down to stay at Stella Maris. Just for the weekend.
Frank, darling, why don't you ask this friend of yours down to stay? He sounds awfully nice, and we so rarely do any entertaining.
You are good, Catherine. I was going to ask you myself. Are you sure it wouldn't be too much bother for you?
Bother? Just the opposite. We've got Nanny to look after the children, a cook for the meals, and a daily maid for the house. How can a guest be a bother to me?
Right, I'll ask John down. Well, what about next weekend?
Fine. And his wife, too. You did say he was married.
Well, actually he is, but I think there'll be some trouble. In fact, he hinted that they've been separated, but I'm sure he'll be delighted to come. Next weekend, then. I must tell you how charming I think you are to invite me down here. Nonsense, my dear chap. It's jolly decent of you to come, eh, Cat?
Rather. You know, Mr. Derham...
Oh, please, call me John. That's right, away with formality. John and Catherine, eh?
Very well then, John. I was going to say that from my point of view, you're doing us the favor. Oh, I know I have the kids to look after. And Frank here, of course.
Who looks after who, I'd like to know?
You know quite well. Anyway, it's whom.
Who is this fellow whom? It does sound silly to say it often enough, doesn't it?
All three started off in great form, and the weekend went with a swing from beginning to end. There was practically no hint of any trouble to come, just a few words murmured rather gently across the card table. This was on the last evening of Derham's stay at Stella Maris. The three had been playing cards after dinner when Frank got thirsty.
I say, Cat, darling, is there any more beer in the cellar?
Yes, dear. I had a whole case ordered last week.
Oh, good. Well, while you're dealing you a hand, I'll just pop down and get some bottles. Crumpets, do they?
I wonder if Frank realizes what a lucky fellow he is.
Lucky? In what way, particularly?
In the way of his wife, you.
That's a very sweet thing to say. I think I'm lucky, too.
Yes. He's a grand chap.
But then the world seems pretty generously supplied with grand cats. But people like you...
Oh, I'm not that unusual, you know.
You are, Kathleen. You are. You're the most unusual person I've met in my life. I admit it. I envy Frank.
Your marriage wasn't a success, was it?
That's an understatement.
I'm sorry. You deserve someone very good.
You think so?
I
I've bought enough for 2020, sir. Now. Good Lord. You haven't even finished shuffling the cards. Oh, what on earth have you two been talking about?
Nothing very harmful about that, you'll say. Merely a guest complimenting his hostess in a charming way. But there was more to it than that. John Derham had fallen very deeply in love with Kathleen. During the weeks that followed, he tried to drive her from his thoughts. But she and Frank were obviously a happy couple with 3 lovely children. And who was he? Just an outsider. But when Frank pressed him again and again to make another visit to Stella Maris cottage, he was too weak to refuse. He was not alone with Kathleen 5 minutes before he told her everything.
So you see, Kathleen, I haven't been able to get you out of my mind. I'm not the sort of person to parade under false pretenses. Perhaps I'm wrong to tell you all this. But I just couldn't bear the thought of passing a whole weekend in your house without you knowing the truth.
John, this is going to sound very strange to you. Because last time you were here, I gave you no indication of it. I couldn't have, because I'd no idea myself.
No idea of what? What couldn't you tell me?
John, when you drove away to the station taxi that day, I suddenly realized that I'd grown more than fond of you.
Kathleen. Oh, Kathleen.
I never thought I could miss someone I'd just met, the way I've missed you these last weeks.
My dear. Oh, I feel so deliriously happy.
Do you, John? I don't. I'm thinking of Frank and the children.
Of course you are. I'm being horribly selfish, Kathleen. You must, of course you must, think things over carefully. It will be a big break, and you must be absolutely certain.
You're very understanding.
My dear, I'm in love.
Kathleen Smith soon had a problem solved for her. Frank was by no means blind that during the next few days he realized how things were going between his friend and his wife. John Derham, now determined to win Kathleen, made no attempt to leave Stella Maris cottage when his weekend was over. A most embarrassing situation for all of them, I should say. Frank Smith decided to have it out.
Now look here, John. Kathleen. I don't really know how one goes about this sort of thing, but I thought I could talk to you both together rather than to one behind the other's back. What is it you want to talk about, Frank? You and Kathleen, John. Oh, I hope I'm terribly mistaken about this, but the evidence points the other way. Is there anything between you? I find it rather difficult to answer that. Yes. Of course. It's really for Kathleen to answer.
Oh, what am I to do?
I suggest you tell the truth. Now, let's not raise our voices. Are you telling me how to behave in my own house? I was merely suggesting. Then I think you can stop suggesting.
Frank, please don't take it this way.
Take what? What is it to take? I'm right, am I? There is something going on between you. Come on, up with it. If you must know then, Frank, and I think Kathleen would be happier to have the whole thing cleared up, we're in love with each other. Then I suggest you get out of my house immediately. Get out. Before I throw you out.
That won't solve anything, Frank.
Kath, I'll talk to you later. Perhaps Kathleen doesn't want to go. Why, you filthy swine, you low, filthy, rotten...
Stop, Frank, stop!
I don't think bruising my face will solve anything, Frank. It's all very well for you two to sit there and be so calm about it. Do you realize what I feel? Do you realize what you're doing to me? Do you?
The triangular quarrel went on deep into the night. And although no final conclusion was reached, Frank Smith left the cottage the next morning. John Derham stayed on. Normally, such a situation would lead to a divorce, but there were the children to consider to whom Frank was devoted. So Kathleen Smith's solicitors drew up a deed of separation and sent it to her husband for approval. It was never signed by him. Instead, he chose to write to Kathleen asking for a reconciliation.
I know I haven't been all that I should have been as a husband, but I was faithful to you. And in your heart, you must have some feeling for me. I cannot live without you, nor do I intend to. For the children's sake, send him away. Our son won't have to have fingers pointed at him as the son of the murderer of an unfaithful wife and her lover, and a suicide. Come back to me, my girl, my little white feather. Your heartbroken husband.
When he received no answer to this letter, Frank started to force things. He went to Derham's townhouse and smashed most of the furniture. This accomplished little, and the distracted, desperate man wrote a threatening letter to his wife's lover.
You damned swine. I only wish you had the courage to meet me. You have seduced my wife. And for that, you think you'll get off easily in the divorce court. You took my wife. You lied to me, and now you're going to suffer. You've ruined not only a very sweet girl, but the woman I, and not you, love. If you really loved her, you could not have done it. This problem can only be solved by your removal or by mine. If you are any sort of a man, you will meet me face to face.
Still, there was no answer. Having tried words, Frank now resorted to action. He went down to Selamaris. Kathleen was there, but John Derham was in town for a few days. Kathleen's sister, 16 years old, was staying in the house. After a day or so, it looked as if Frank had succeeded in winning back his wife. They were apparently reconciled when jealousy and distrust began once more to do their work. Smith decided to force things into the open and sent Derham a wire on the third day in Kathleen's name, asking his rival to come down to the cottage, adding the word urgent. John Derham arrived the same evening. At 11 o'clock that night at Selamaris cottage, a man was killed. John Derham arrived at Selamaris cottage on the evening of August the 12th in answer to Smith's telegram. As Smith had sent it in his wife's name, Derham was naturally surprised to find the husband in the house on his arrival. However, these three unhappy people maintained a calm, though strange attitude throughout dinner, which they had at a nearby hotel. They returned to Selamaris shortly before 11 o'clock. Now, looking back on that evening, it is interesting to note that Frank Smith was not wearing his usual buttonhole of white heather.
Well, I don't know about you two, but I'm about ready for bed.
Oh, Cass, I thought you might like a game of cards before turning in.
Well, a short game then, Don.
And what am I supposed to do while you two amuse yourselves? Oh, sorry, Frank. I took it for granted that you'd play too. To me, you're taking a great deal too much for granted.
Now, Frank, dear, don't let's start all that again.
I'm afraid we'll have to have it out, Cass. I asked John down to get everything cleared up, not for a card game. What is it you want me to clear up, Frank? I want you to realize that Kath and I are together again now, and that we were happy before you came into the picture, and that we are going to be happy again once you've finally gone. Aren't you speaking for yourself only, Frank?
Please don't make any more trouble, John.
No, John. I'm speaking for Kath, too. Tell him, darling. He doesn't seem to believe me. It's not true, is it, Kath?
John, oh, Frank,
Go on, Kath. Tell him to clear out. I don't want ever to see him in his house again. What's the matter, Kath?
too miserable.
Well, Frank, weren't you speaking just to yourself? Cass, tell him to go. Tell him, Cass, tell him. Tell him! Right. Then I know what I have to do. And I came prepared. I knew there was a possibility of something like this happening, so I borrowed a gun. And I see that now's the time for me to use it.
Yeah.
Better give it to me, Frank. We don't want anything. I've had enough of you, Durham. I don't care what you want or what you don't want. I'm going to put an end to it all. Give me that gun, Frank. Give it to me, I tell you. Oh. You fool! You realize what you've done. You blind idiot. I'll pay you for this.
God, you're wounded. Let's send alone. Put that gun down.
Out of this cat. Take this, you swine. And this. And this. Oh. Tom, stop. Stop. Oh.
God, what have you done to him?
It's all right. He's not dead. He'll come to in a minute. Lucky blighter. I'm done for, Cat. I'm dying. My darling.
John Denham died a few seconds later. Meanwhile, Kathleen Smith had telephoned the police, and Inspector Rivers arrived at Silla Maris just as Frank was regaining consciousness. The inspector interviewed Kathleen's sister, who you may remember was staying in the house at the time. She said that she'd heard raised voices and then a shot. When she went to the drawing room, she saw her sister Kathleen trying to hold back the wounded Durham, who was attacking Smith with the butt of the revolver. Inspector Rivers asked the girl one or two questions, and then...
Now, Mr. Smith, if you're feeling up to it, I'd like to ask you a few questions concerning what happened in this room tonight.
Yes, Inspector. I suppose, Durham, he's dead.
He is. I'd like to know from you how he was killed.
We were quarreling over my wife. I took out my revolver, or rather the revolver I'd borrowed, to shoot myself. John Durham tried to take it from me as I was getting it out of my pocket. There was a struggle. I was hit on the head. The gun went off, and I must have fainted.
Which pocket was the gun in?
My right hip pocket, the barrel pointing upward.
I see. So when Durham grasped it, he took hold of the barrel?
Yes. And then he began hitting me with the butt.
Did you touch the trigger at any time?
No.
Excuse me, Inspector Rivers. Yes, Sergeant, what is it?
There's a man outside who'd like to speak to you. He saw what happened. How could he? There was only Durham and Kathleen in here with me, until Kath's sister came in.
I'll see the man outside, Sergeant. Would you stay in here for the moment?
Right, Inspector.
Oh. Are you the man who wished to see me?
That's right, Inspector. I thought I ought to report to you. I was passing the house and the man was killed.
You saw him being killed?
Well, not exactly, but I heard from your sergeant that he died afterwards.
Tell me exactly what you saw.
Well, first of all, I heard the shot. I turned in the direction it came from, and I saw Mr. Smith standing near the window. And coming towards him was his wife and the gentleman who has since died. Him and Mr. Smith had their hands up.
You know Mr. and Mrs. Smith?
That's right. I'm in the building trade. I want to get a job for them. I thought I ought to report to you, sir.
Yes, you did very wisely. You're sure that the deceased and Mrs. Smith were moving towards Mr. Smith after the shot was fired?
Oh, positive, sir. It was the shot what made me look round.
Leave your name and address to the sergeant, will you? I'll send him out to you in a moment. If you'll just wait here.
Right you are, Inspector.
Well, Inspector?
Frank Smith, I'm placing you under arrest and charging you with the murder of John Durham on this 12th day of August, 1926. I must warn you that anything you may say may be taken down in writing and used in evidence.
But I never murdered Durham. I was going to shoot myself, I tell you. It was when Durham struggled with me for the revolver that the thing went off and killed him. I never intended to shoot anyone but myself.
Frank Smith under arrest, Inspector Rivers continued his investigation of the events leading up to the killing of John Durham. He discovered that on the Wednesday night, the day before he sent Durham the telegram, Smith had apparently been completely reconciled with his wife. He had written her a pathetic letter, which he gave her in the morning of that tragic day, August the 12th. My own adorable little wife, he had written.
You have made me happier than I ever hoped to be. I have been mad in hell. Now you have given me glimpses of the heaven which, with your help, my wife, I leave no stone upturned to reach. I feel like a man who has been in a terrible fever, delirious and wandering, and am just waking from a deep, refreshing, life-giving sleep. Don't throw a lifebelt to me and then drag it away at my last gasp. You have a great and career. I need it and want it always. I could never love anyone as I love you. God bless you with all the love in my heart. Your own husband, Frank.
Frank Smith's letters were used by both the prosecution and the defense in the subsequent trial at Maidstone Assizes. The prosecution, conducted by Mr. Roland Oliver, made capital of some of the phrases Smith had written to Durham, such as, "If you are any sort of a man, you'll meet me face to face. This problem can only be solved by your removal or mine." The defense, on the other hand, attempted to enlist the sympathy of the jury by quoting the tender words the prisoner had written to his wife. Read by Sir Edward Marshall Hall, who was representing Smith, these letters sounded quite beautiful. However, the case was not decided on the merits of Smith's letter writing, but on the truth of the story he had told.
My Lord, may I have your permission to give a little demonstration to the members of the jury? I think I can disprove the theory put forward by the defense.
You have the court's permission, Mr. Oliver.
As assistant, I would like the services of Mr. Robert Churchill, the famous gunsmith. Would you come into the well of the court, Mr. Churchill? Members of the jury, I wish you to imagine that Mr. Churchill here is the prisoner, and that I, for the moment, am the deceased John Durham. Now, Mr. Churchill, will you put the revolver in your hip pocket, in the same position as the prisoner had it, barrel upwards?
Yes, I have done that.
Now, reach for it, and I, as Durham, will try to stop you. There. Now, I have hold of the barrel. Can you pull the trigger in that position?
Only if I put my thumb in the trigger guard.
Thank you, Mr. Churchill. I admit that there is no likelihood of the gun having been fired in a struggle in the manner described by the prisoner.
May I see the gun, please? If the prosecution has finished with it.
Certainly, Sir Edward. Thank you.
I noticed just now that my learned colleague used only one hand to prevent Mr. Churchill from getting the gun. Surely a man in the position of Durham would use two. Put the gun back in your pocket, Mr. Churchill. I have done so. Now, start to take it out. Right? I try to stop you with both hands. One on the barrel, one on your wrist. You struggle. Oh, you're hurting my arm. But I think I've proved my point. The gun could have been fired at any point of a struggle.
The Crown's chief witness was the builder who had passed the window at the time of the fight. How could Smith's story be true, saying struggle and then the shot? If Durham had been seen approaching him after the shot was fired. Edward Marshall Hall suggested to the builder that his mental picture was a little wrong in point of time, as there was only a fraction of a second between the two events. But the builder got it to count, and Sir Edward saw it was useless to press the point. The only person called by the defense was Frank Smith himself. He gave his evidence quietly and convincingly, standing firmly in the box, a sprig of white heather in his buttonhole. On the next day, Edward made his final speech to the defense, ending it with one of his emotional perorations.
Hoping desperately for a reconciliation, and deferred the moment until there was no longer a possibility. He begged his wife
not to withdraw the lifebelt which had thrown him when he was struggling in the water. That lifebelt has been withdrawn once. Members of the jury, it is for you to say he will throw it to him once more. Give him the chance to be pulled ashore to resume his old happy life with the woman he loved, which has been so long denied.
But in spite of Marshal Hall's auditory, Mr. Justice Avery summed up dead against the prisoner. He pointed out to the jury that the law they had to administer was the law of the country, not the unwritten law.
Unwritten law. That is merely a name for no law at all. I have told you that the law of the country as it must be applied. If you apply any other law or notions of your own, you are violating the oaths you have taken.
The jury retired to consider their verdict. After about an hour and a quarter, they sent into court for the revolver that Smith had used.
How say you, members of the jury? On the charge of murder, do you find the prisoner guilty or not guilty? Not guilty. On the charge of manslaughter, guilty or not guilty? Not guilty.
There is another charge on the calendar against the prisoner. He is charged with having in his possession a service revolver and cartridges with intent to endanger life. I hold that the statute applies.
How does the prisoner plead to the charge? I plead guilty.
On that charge, I sentence you to 12 months' imprisonment with hard labor. In view of the verdict of the jury, I must assume that you had the revolver in your possession with the intent of endangering the life of no other person than yourself. I must assume that. I have my own opinion on it. The court is adjourned.
What really occurred on that summer evening at Stella Maris? Kathleen Smith could have told the judge that she didn't choose to be called, and a wife cannot be compelled to give evidence when her husband is a prisoner. I wonder, was that fortunate for Alfonso Francis Austin Smith? Well, perhaps we'd all be wise to wear white heather in our buttonholes at certain times. Perhaps it's luck.
Lost in Brazil invites you on an unforgettable journey, where every moment is an adventure waiting to be discovered. Join us as we uncover the soul of Brazil, one incredible experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian odyssey.
Speaking from London.
The Black Museum. Here, in a grim stone structure on the Thames, which houses Scotland Yard, there's a warehouse of homicide. A very strange room where everyday objects, a woman's shoe, a tiny white box, a quilted robe, all are touched by murder. You take this raincoat. It's a familiar object, waterproof cloth, rayon lining, collar. You can turn up against stormy weather. Here in London, it's called a Macintosh. But you wouldn't wear this raincoat.
Odd, isn't it, Inspector? The way it was tucked around that poor woman?
And partially burned, as if someone had tried to destroy the evidence.
Well, it is evidence, sir. But against whom?
I'm not sure yet. But this raincoat, Sergeant, this raincoat will hang someone. You can depend on it.
Today, that raincoat can be seen in a very special position in that very curious room in Scotland Yard, which is known as the Black Museum.
From the annals of the Criminal Investigation Department of the London Police, we bring you the dramatic stories of the crimes recorded by the objects in Scotland Yard's Gallery of Death, the Black Museum. In just a moment, you will hear The Black Museum, starring Orson Welles. Now, The Black Museum, starring Orson Welles.
Now, here we are in the Black Museum, Scotland Yard's museum. It's a museum of murder. Here are the objects of homicide, the weapons, the clues, which at one time and another betrayed killers. They've been collected over 100 years. And now here they are, shelf upon shelf, in this dim, echoing room. Here lies death on these shelves, in these glass cases. Just for instance, in this case, simple mallets. Just the sort of thing a suburbanite might use in his garage or his shop working at wood carving on a quiet weekend. As a matter of fact, a suburbanite did use this mallet on a quiet weekend, but not for wood carving. The raincoat. Here we are. Stained, charred, too, around the edges. Isn't anything you'd like to handle for very long, but there's a story attached to it. A story that begins in the kind of place you immediately associate with absolute silence. No, not a graveyard, a chess club. It is silent, isn't it? And into this silence of concentration, there intruded...
London City Chess Club.
Is Mr. Agard there?
Sorry, sir, I haven't seen him yet. This is the steward of the club. May I take a message? We're expecting him.
I see. My name is Champer. This is 46 Edison Mews East. He knows. We've had some contact by way of Agard's insurance business.
Yes, sir. And the message?
I want to see him about a policy. Tell him it's rather urgent. I want him at my house tomorrow evening at 7:30 sharp.
Very well, sir. I'll tell him as soon as he gets in. Mr. Agard, sorry to disturb you, sir. Just a moment, steward. There. Now, your move. Now, steward, a most important telephone message for you, sir. Came in about half an hour ago before you came in. Otherwise, I would never have disturbed you. From a Mr. Chamfer, sir. Chamfer. Strange name. Oh, yes. Yes, perhaps I do know him. May I have the message, steward?
That was all. That was all until the next evening. A little bit after 7 o'clock on a streetcar, this quiet little insurance salesman, John Agard, said to the conductor of the streetcar,
I beg your pardon. Does this car take me to Edison Mews East? I've never been out there before, you see. I'm not...
Yes, you're all right, mister. Take you about 20 minutes from here.
Oh, thank you very much.
I'll call it out for you if you like.
Oh, yes, thank you again. Thank you very much. Oh, I beg your pardon. May I trouble you for the right time, please?
It's 7:35.
I am right for Edison Mews East, aren't I?
That one block to the car line.
Oh, thank you.
I beg your pardon, Constable.
Yes, sir?
I am looking for a Mr. Chamfer. In Edison Mews East, I have an appointment. It's insurance. Do you happen to know the gentleman, officer?
Oh, I'm afraid not, sir.
Oh, dear. And my date was for 7:30. Is it much past that now?
7:45, sir. Steeple chimes just struck the 3/4.
Oh, thank you very much indeed. I'm sorry to have troubled you, officer.
He seemed a worried little man, John Agard, upset over his difficulty in finding Mr. Chamfer, and he was still worried, apparently, about an hour later, when his next-door neighbors, Harry and Ethel Benson, saw him coming across the scrap of lawn which separated their houses.
Here's Agard coming over. Funny.
Why is it funny, Harry? They come over very often.
That's just it. Martha isn't with him. Funny.
Such a devoted couple. Martha had a bad cold today. Perhaps John needs something.
Well, no isn't enough. There he is. Hello, Agard. Spotted you coming across the lawn.
Yes, good evening. You know, I am sorry to bother you.
No bother at all. Do you need something for Martha's cold?
Oh, you know about that. No, and yes. I suppose the cold made her forget to unbolt the doors when she went to bed.
You mean you can't get into your own house, old man?
That's it. Front and back. I can't seem to open either of them. I don't quite know what to do about it.
Not like Martha to forget a thing like that. Does she always bolt the door behind you when she's alone?
Oh, at night, yes. There's only the two of us. I do so rarely go out without her, but tonight it was business. If you come across with me, I'd appreciate it.
The three of them crossed the lawn to the Agard house. 3 ordinary people. An insurance agent, a bank clerk's wife. The wife said...
Let me try the front door, just for luck.
John Agard said...
It won't help her. I've tried several times.
The woman tried it.
Well, that's a bit strange. I could have sworn.
It happens lots of times. The lock gets stuck. It's really open, and you think it's locked, and it just won't work.
Well, now you're here. Won't you stop in for a moment?
Well, what with Martha's cold and all the...
she'll like to see you. Come in, please.
Well, just for a minute.
Martha? Martha, dear? The Bensons are with me. Martha!
Oh, my...
Good Lord.
Oh!
She was dead. Completely, horribly dead. One look. No doctor could help. The woman's head was battered in. She lay before the fireplace, her arms and legs twisted awkwardly like some carelessly dropped wooden figure, and there was blood on the hearth, on the walls, too, on the chair, on the rugs. And tucked around the body, as you tuck a blanket around a child, was a raincoat.
Let me go over this once more, Mr. Agard.
Of course, Inspector, if you think it'll help.
Details very often help. You say you left here just before 7, took a trolley to Edison Mews, but you couldn't find the address or the man who'd called you, even asked a constable on the beat. Then you returned home to what you found.
That is correct, sir.
And your wife was alive when you left home?
Oh, of course. That was about 7:15.
The boy who delivers milk says he saw her in the kitchen through the window about that time. The newsboy says he tossed the evening paper at the front door about 6:30, but saw no one. Can you corroborate any of those points?
Oh, I took the paper with me at 7:15. Martha was alive when I left. Who could have done this, Inspector? Who?
We'll find out. We usually do. May I see the cuffs of your trousers, Mr. Agard?
The cuffs of my... Oh, yes. But whatever for?
Thank you. No? No stains of any kind?
But do you really think for 1 minute that I...
We think nothing. Not yet. The raincoat, Mr. Agard, is it yours?
And are there 2 worn spots at the buttonhole?
There are.
It's mine.
When did you see it last?
It was hanging on its usual hook in the hall.
I see. Thank you, Mr. Agard. That's about all for now.
That's about all for now. But not nearly all. The experts were at work somewhere, somehow. The
tiny thread which would lead to the heart of the tangle would be found. In a quiet office in Scotland Yard, Inspector Mason discussed the expert's reports with Sergeant Crandall.
It couldn't have been robbery. Agard reports nothing missing.
Agard reports a lot of things, including a mysterious telephone call that took him on a wild goose chase.
During which he seems to take good care to leave a clear trail of his own movements. She was seen alive between 6:30 and 6:45. Agard was in the tobacco shop at 7:35. The girl who works there remembers him.
He probably took good care she would.
Beyond a doubt he did that. But he couldn't have battered her to death after 6:45, cleaned up, destroyed whatever he was wearing, and still be in that shop at 7:35.
Or made that trolley car a few minutes after 7.
Exactly.
Which leaves us, Inspector?
With the raincoat.
It's odd, isn't it, Inspector? The way it was tucked around that poor woman.
And partially burned, as if someone tried to destroy the evidence.
Well, it is evidence, sir. But against whom?
I'm not sure yet. But this raincoat, Sergeant, this raincoat will hang someone. You can depend on it.
That was all they had. The raincoat. Inspector Mason thought about it.
It was tucked around her just as if someone who loved her were taking care of her.
There was a thread. It seemed the only thread. Where did it lead? Where could it lead? Where could any of it lead?
John Agard, you're under arrest, and you'll be later charged with the murder of your wife, Martha. It is my duty to caution you that anything you may say...
Today, that raincoat can be seen in a very special position in that very curious room in Scotland Yard, which is known as the Black Museum.
In just a moment, we will continue with The Black Museum, starring Orson Welles. And now we continue with The Black Museum, starring Orson Welles.
Well, they charged John Agard with the murder of his wife, Martha. The evidence seems slight, pretty flimsy, but still, there were strange lapses, contradictions of character. A quiet little insurance salesman responds to a call from a possible client, and suddenly he's talkative, almost garrulous. He establishes himself at definite places, at definite times, with total strangers, all of whom can be checked quite easily by the police. The possible client is non-existent. And then, of course, there was the raincoat. From the very beginning, the prosecutor for the Crown made it clear that a great deal of his case rested on that raincoat.
And if the prisoner did commit this murder for apparently no reason, he deserves the full punishment. Much will be made of the quiet life he led with his wife. Much will be made of the fact that no telltale trace of blood was found on him or his clothing. But I say to you, and we hope to prove this to your satisfaction, that this woman could have been beaten to death by someone wearing only the raincoat which we will place in evidence. Now, who, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, could have approached Martha Agard naked save for that raincoat, except her husband, the prisoner, John Agard? Moreover, as you will see, the police officer...
There was more of the same, much more. Counsel for the Crown was out to make an impression, no doubt about that. But then, so was counsel for the defense.
My colleague has admitted that no trace of blood was found upon my client, although from the condition of the body and though time. John Agard could never have committed this crime, performed the necessary ablutions, and been where he was definitely seen between 6:45, when his poor wife was last seen alive by a third party, and 7:05, the moment when my client spoke to the trolley conductor. But far, far more important is the relationship between my client and his poor wife, a relationship of love, of understanding, of the perfect companionship of declining years. For that reason alone, I submit my client could never have committed the crime with which he stands charged today.
So it began. The legal lines of battle were drawn. 12 honest men sat in the jury box and gave their whole attention to the parade of witnesses, to the arguments, to the cross-examinations. Sergeant Crandall gave evidence on the amount of blood and the places where it was found. Defense counsel cross-examined.
It is apparent, Sergeant, that there was an attempt to burn the raincoat, which is now in evidence. Do you agree?
Yes, sir.
Such an operation would take some time, would it not?
Well, I assume so. I can't say for certain. I've never experimented with a raincoat.
Very well. You saw the scene of the crime before it was cleaned up, did you not?
I did.
From what you saw, would you say it was possible for the killer to escape splashes of blood?
Well, I doubt it.
He would get blood on his legs, his hands, his face, his hair.
I expect so.
Were any such traces found on my client?
Well, none that I know of.
There has been a suggestion made that the murderer took a bath before leaving the premises. Did you see any traces of a bath? A wet towel, indications in the bathtub?
No, sir. Nothing like that.
One more point, Sergeant.
These were the telling points. But the Crown made its own points as well.
Inspector Mason, what was your of the defendant when you first questioned him?
I was rather surprised at him. He showed less emotion than I did.
How was this indicated?
We sat in the room where the murder had occurred. Mr. Agard smoked and talked. He held his cat on his knees and stroked it quite calmly. At one point, he casually stepped...
Such points... A clever prosecutor. Quite clever. He called the steward of the chess club.
Was Mr. Agard in the club when the telephone call came from this mysterious Mr. Champa?
No, sir. I looked particularly. He was not there.
Did you recognize this Champa's voice?
I'd never heard it before. I haven't heard it since.
Might it have been a disguised voice?
It might. It sounded muffled. Very heavy, sort of.
Thank you. Your witness.
Steward, in your observations of Mr. Agard, have you ever seen him behave as a poor loser?
No, sir, never.
Has he ever expressed violent opinions, to your knowledge?
Mr. Agard violent? He's the quietest man I've ever known.
Did he ever mention his wife to you?
Many times, sir.
On what occasions?
Usually about 9 in the evening. He always worried about leaving her alone too late at night, sir. Oh, very considerate of her he is, was, sir.
Thank you, that's all.
There it was, all they had. An elusive case. An impression, really, more than a case. Very difficult to prove, but just as difficult to defend. For instance, the evidence of Harry Benson, who was with John Agard when the body was discovered.
And in all the years you've been neighbors, what would you say impressed you most about my client's relationship with his wife?
His absolute devotion. Never a quarrel, never a raised voice. They liked the same things. They were perfect for each other.
Your witness?
Mr. Benson, after the discovery, who called the police?
Why, Agard did, come to think of it. My wife was very upset. She was sick over what she'd seen, as a matter of fact. Yes, he was the one who thought of the police. He used the telephone quite calmly.
Quite calmly. Thank you, Mr. Benson.
And naturally, the defense brought John Agard's immediate superior to the stand, the manager of the local branch of the insurance company Agard represented. This man's testimony was double-edged. On direct examination, he stated,
"We have always had complete faith in Mr. Agard's integrity and character. He carried a large policy on his own life in favor of his wife. She was not insured. To the best of our knowledge, which is rather complete, Mr. Agard has never been in financial trouble in his life."
On cross-examination, he explained,
"Yes, I live near Edison Mews East. Mr. Agard has been to my house many times. He knows the way very well. I cannot imagine why he asked for directions. I was at the cinema that evening. My neighbor recognized Mr. Agard when he came to the door of my house. Unfortunately, I was not at home.
When John Agard's turn came to take the witness stand, there was little left for him to say.
I did not kill her. I had no reason to. I loved her.
Opposing counsel summed up. The judge made his charge to the jury.
Again and again, you have heard the importance of the time element in this case. Could this man, or any man, have committed this crime, removed all traces of it from his person, dressed and been at a trolley car line 20 minutes from his house, in the time between the moment the milk boy saw the victim alive and the moment the conductor saw the defendant on the trolley car? More, there is no evidence to connect the defendant directly with the crime. The case is entirely circumstantial. No motive has been established. I could only...
They listened. The 12 honest men in the jury box. They retired and they debated. What went on in that jury room is sealed in silence under the honored tradition of the law. Anyway, 40 minutes elapsed. Then the jury re-entered the courtroom. The clerk asked the usual question. Are you agreed upon a verdict?
We are.
Do you find the prisoner guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
Prisoner at the bar, have you anything to say why you should not die according to the law?
I am not guilty. I have nothing else to say.
You're looking well, John.
They treat me well. I had a shock yesterday. The governor of the prison came here. He said 8 o'clock in the morning, Monday the 16th.
Don't worry, John. It will be put over.
The appeal?
It's being studied. The court won't rule for another month at least. They'll grant a stay of execution.
A month. Another month.
A month. An extra week after that. Time went on endlessly, it seemed, to John Agard, waiting in his cell in Walton Prison. And at long last, they gave him his own clothes and took him before 3 judges of the Court of the Criminal Appeal. Handcuffed, he stood there between the bailiff and his own counsel. The voice of the judge seemed very far away.
There is indeed reasonable doubt in this case. We believe there is eminent difficulty and doubt. The case against the appellant was not proved with the certainty necessary to a verdict of guilty. This appeal will be allowed. The prisoner will go free.
Yes, he went free. But the raincoat, that famous raincoat, can still be found today in its place of very particular honor in that curious room known as the Black Museum.
Orson Welles will be back with you in just a moment. Now here in person is Orson Welles.
So, Inspector Mason was wrong, wasn't he? The raincoat didn't hang anybody after all. John Agard went free, and for the first time in the history of English law, a conviction for murder was set aside for reasonable doubt. Now, what happened to John Agard? He lived out his life. Just 2 years after his release, he died. Some say of loneliness in Liverpool, a broken, weary old man. I've seen his grave in Liverpool, and I've seen the raincoat, that famous, enigmatic raincoat, in its place of particular honor, in that strange room in Scotland Yard, known as the Black Museum. Now, until we meet again in the same place for another story of the same kind, I remain, as always, obediently yours.
The Black Museum, starring Orson Welles, is presented by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer Radio Attractions. The program is written by Ara Marion, with original music composed and conducted by Sidney Torch. Produced by Harry Allen Towers.
Exciting news to the vibrant landscapes and diverse culture of Brazil. Lost in Brazil brings you to captivating videos showcasing heart-pounding adventures, mouth-watering cuisine, and hidden gems of this incredible country. From bustling cities to tranquil beaches, our videos capture the essence of Brazil's beauty. Experience the warmth of its people, the rhythm of its music, and the thrill of exploration. Click on the link in the description to find out more.
I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to Old Time Radio Research Group for their remarkable efforts in preserving and archiving the captivating world of old-time radio programs. Their invaluable contribution allows us to step back in time and experience the magic of radio history firsthand. Their link is in the description below.